Chapter 805. Looking at the shadow floating in the air, Wu Yan was stunned. It was just a shadow, but Wu Yan felt like he was facing the whole world. There was no aura coming from the shadow, but his presence could not be ignored. There was no change in the surroundings, but the atmosphere in the air fluctuated like the surface of a lake, giving people the illusion that space was about to shatter. Ordinary, calm, steady, but terrifying. What is going on? Wu Yan couldn't wrap his head around this sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a faint sigh came from the shadow's body. Fated one. Wu Yan lifted his head to look at the shadow due to his undeniable presence. Wu Yan didn't even notice the shadow's action. It's as if someone is purposely manipulating him. Since you can see me, it proves that you found the thing I left behind and came to my empire. The vicissitude, mysterious, ethereal, and leisurely voice came from an unknown part of the shadow, but it seemed to be transmitted directly into Wu Yan's mind, waking him up from his stupor. Hearing this, Wu Yan roughly understood that the person in front of him was the god-level expert called Ailu. Or rather, it was a projection left behind by him. However, the shadow's words surprised Wu Yan. If possible, I really did not want you to come here. The shadow's voice was filled with indescribable sadness. However, an existence is an existence. No matter how deeply it hides, an existence that hasn't been erased will reveal a corner of its existence in this world sooner or later. Even if it deceives itself and hides, what's the use? In any case, such an existence will not be able to sleep forever. I clearly understand this, but I still did not want you to come here. In the end, I am just one of the people deceiving themselves. The shadow's face did not have a trace of emotion, but when he said those words, it was obvious that he showed a self-deprecating expression. Coupled with that strange speech, Wu Yan was confused. The owner of the voice seemed to have expected Wu Yan's reaction, and the tone suddenly changed. Fated one, I don't know how many years have passed in Silveria by the time you see this projection. I don't know what the current situation is like, but what I'm about to say next will affect the entire world. Wu Yan was shocked. Affect the entire world? Therefore, your best choice is to not listen. If you're afraid, then just destroy this projection right here and now, the shadow said. If you choose to continue listening, then... The shadow did not continue speaking, and his body stopped moving, leaving Wu Yan standing there with a rapidly changing expression. Affect the entire world. What the hell is going on here? Wu Yan's expression was uncertain. Of course, he did not think that the shadow was talking nonsense, because there was no need for that. Furthermore, this projection was most likely left behind by Ailu himself. In that case, the so-called thing that would affect the whole world that he mentioned was definitely something incredible. Phew! Wu Yan exhaled heavily, calming himself down. He raised his head and looked at the projection. He did not destroy it as the shadow said. They stood there silently, a projection and a figure silently waiting for time to pass. About 10 minutes later, the shadow spoke again. It seems that you did not choose to run away, but it is not praiseworthy, because you might regret it. Leaving behind such a vague statement, the ethereal voice began to narrate. Fated person, what you have found are 3 of my favorite rings that I left behind when I was alive. I had once placed a seal on their location, and unless a divine-level expert tried to barge in, it would be impossible for anyone to enter. Hearing this, Wu Yan held his breath. The shadow continued, I know you are conflicted, because you did obtain my items, but you cannot be a god-rank powerhouse. After our fall, there should not be another god-rank powerhouse. What does that mean? Are you sure? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. The shadow continued. There is no other way to break the seal other than by barging in. If it is broken, it means that a great disaster will befall the Spalier world. What? Wu Yan was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. A disaster that even a god-rank powerhouse would consider a great disaster? What kind of disaster is it? Wu Yan asked subconsciously. He did not consider that the shadow in front of him was just a projection without any consciousness. It was impossible for it to answer his question, but the shadow said so. I know you are confused, but that's all I can say. The shadow's head seemed to move once or twice, as if it was shaking its head. You don't need to know too much about the great disaster, it won't do you any good, but you must remember what I'm going to say next. The ethereal voice suddenly became serious, and even the tone of the voice became a little heavy. Remember, if you want to stop this great disaster, the way is in that black ring, the ring of power. A black ring? Wu Yan's expression froze, and he immediately looked at the black ring in his hand. Looking at this ring, which should be a space tool, his consciousness sank into it, but it was blocked like before, and he could not open it. You don't need to try to open the ring of power. As if it knew what Wu Yan was doing, the shadow said, before the great disaster happens, it's best that the things in the ring don't come out. Otherwise, it will only make the Spalier world chaotic in advance. As soon as its voice fell, the shadow raised a hand and stroked it in the air. The next moment, a map that looked like a star appeared with a rotation, and it stood beside the shadow. I've put the key to open the ring of power there. The shadow pointed at a red dot on the map. If one day a great calamity occurs, then go there and search for the key. As long as the great calamity occurs, the seal I set up there will also be removed. With the ring of power in your hand, you will obtain the qualifications to enter there. Of course, if the great disaster doesn't happen, then you don't have to go. No matter what, I'll just remember it first. Hearing the shadow's words, Wu Yan took in a deep breath of cold air. He focused his attention on the map and memorized it with perfect memory. With the ring of power, you can enter the Ailu Imperial Palace without any hindrance. I believe the current Ailu Emperor won't transfer the throne to you just because of a word from me. You also have the other two rings, the ring of power and the ring of gold. Combined with the information I left on the box, the possibility of you coming here is much higher. When you see this projection, it will prove that I'm right. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. Everything is under the control of this guy who died who knows how many years ago. Fated One, if it's possible, please transfer the ring of power to the current Ailu Emperor. Wu Yan heard the shadow's words with a hint of a smile. Authority is the most useless thing. Only strength can truly control one's own fate. The ring of power is something dispensable. It's only there to give you the chance to come here. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Just transfer the ring of power to the current emperor. The ring of power is the key. Before everything happens, don't let it appear. As for the things in the ring of gold, just treat it as the reward for letting you bear so much. It should be able to satisfy you. After saying that, the shadow fluctuated again. That was because he had turned around. I've done everything I can. Fortune? Misfortune? His words are still lingering in the air, but the shadow is already gone. Wu Yan is the only one left standing there without uttering a single word. Chapter 806. When the shadow disappeared, the strange fluctuation in the air that seemed to break through space also disappeared at the same time. It was replaced by another invisible force that revealed a hint of surveillance. Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he felt this invisible power. Then he relaxed his brows as if nothing had happened. At first, Wu Yan was wondering why Garen would let him enter this place alone without worrying about him tampering with the things here. It seems like Garen didn't need to worry about him tampering with the things here. Garen had already tampered with the things here. As for the abnormal spatial fluctuations that the shadow emitted just now, it should be to isolate the surroundings from detection. Otherwise, with such a thing happening, Garland would have sensed it and come in. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at the two rings in his hand. They are the ring of power and the ring of gold that the shadow mentioned. He then touched the ring of authority on his finger and sighed in annoyance. Wu Yan had to go through too much in just one day, so much so that he felt like he couldn't handle it all. First, it was a ball that was open to the entire continent. Then, he somehow became the main character of the ball. He even had a fiancée who was a beautiful iceberg beauty in name. Then, he learned about the secrets of the continent from Kite. The truth of the god-level experts and the secret behind their fall, the existence of the divine power and the mythical armaments. Then he saw the highest level of power in this world, the demigod expert Garen who was the guardian god, and then he encountered the remains and instructions of the deceased gods. It's only been a day, but Wu Yan felt more tired than the 3 years he spent in Nesu. If it wasn't for the 3 rings in his hand and the map in his mind, he would have been dead already. He thought that he was dreaming. I feel like I've been played. Wu Yan pursed his lips. The ring of authority, the ring of gold, and the ring of power all have their own meanings. They were all designed by the fallen god. That included Wu Yan coming here and entering the treasury. He entered the treasury, touched the relics he left behind, and received Ailu's instructions. Throughout the entire process, he acted like a bystander. There was no room for him to intervene at all. If it were someone else, they would know that their actions were all part of someone else's plan. They would definitely be unhappy. Moving his hand from the ring of authority to the ring of gold, he could feel the change in the ring. He mumbled to himself, "I hope your compensation is satisfactory. Otherwise, I'll go to the refugee cave and adopt a strong man as a coolie. I'll give him a name." After saying that, Wu Yan gradually sank his consciousness into the ring of gold. The obstacles in the past have disappeared without him noticing. There are no longer any obstacles to Wu Yan's consciousness. Wu Yan felt dizzy for a moment. His vision blurred and he arrived in a different world. He was like a ghost wandering in the sky. The space inside the ring of gold is huge. Even though it can't compare to the boundless space inside the gate of Babylon, you can't see the end of it. One look and you can tell that this ring of gold is the highest level spatial item in the world of Silveria. Looking around, it's pitch black. There's nothing but some murky air flowing in the space. It's like the bottom of an abyss. There's nothing there. This is natural. Space items have gravity. Items stored inside can't float. Wu Yan cast his gaze to the bottom of the space. When he saw the scene in front of him, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes fluctuated violently, then he became sluggish. Gold glitter. It's really gold glitter. There's an uncountable amount of gold glitter. Those are all gold coins. But it's not just gold coins. Amidst the glittering gold, there was an empty space in the center. Things that were completely different from gold coins were scattered all over the place. Among them, there were heavenly treasures and various materials from magical beasts, just like the treasury outside. There was also a large area of magical crystals. There are low-tier magic crystals, the lowest tier 1 magic crystals. There are also high-tier magic crystals, tier 8 and tier 9 magic crystals scattered all over the place. What made Wu Yan's heart beat faster is the 5 magic crystals in the middle of the pile. They are about the size of a palm. Demigod magic crystals. There are many other things, but all of them are priceless treasures. In here, there are no medicines, battle skills, magic, or armaments that can enhance a person's strength. However, treasures with great value and incomparably precious covered the entire ground. The ring of gold. No wonder it's named after the word gold. Heavens! Wu Yan was dumbfounded. At this time, the gold coins are still shining brightly. His eyes have been dyed gold by the glittering gold coins on the ground. Although the treasures in the center of the pile are not as important as the gold coins, they are still worth more than the gold coins on the ground. The box containing the ring of gold once said that it contains wealth comparable to the whole world. Wu Yan didn't believe it at first, but now he has no choice but to believe it. The illusory consciousness floating in the air kept swaying. Wu Yan stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh, but there's no pain. Hee. Wu Yan looked like he's been played to death. It doesn't hurt. Am I really dreaming? This action, how to put it, is very stupid. How can a body of consciousness feel pain from a pinch? Wu Yan laughed like a machine for a long time. When his consciousness returned to his mind, he didn't know how much time had passed. One can imagine how much shock the endless gold coins and the treasures in the small area gave him. Without a doubt, the value of the items here is no less than the treasuries outside. Maybe even more. It's worth it. After a long time, Wu Yan spat out these 2 words. It's really worth it. Magic crystals could be exchanged for ability points. Heavenly treasures and demonic beast torso materials could be exchanged for item points. Although there were no armaments or similar equipment here, the gold coins on the ground could also be used to purchase armaments and exchange for equipment points. With the items in the ring of gold, Wu Yan's equipment points, equipment points, and ability points will increase to an unimaginable level. He's really out of poverty. It's a pity that there are no life force items or monster eggs. I can't exchange them for summoning points. Although he said it's a pity, Wu Yan's mouth has already turned into a hippopotamus shape. Everyone can see the ecstasy in his heart. The expansion of the 3 types of points had undoubtedly helped him tremendously. At this time, if he still doesn't feel satisfied, he should be struck by lightning. Moreover, items that contain life energy and demonic beast eggs that can be exchanged for summoning points can also be bought with gold coins. Although it's hard for him to come across such items, but with gold coins in hand, the world is his. His consciousness has already plunged into the pile of gold coins. Although he can't feel anything, Wu Yan still happily rolled around like a landlord, a big money grubber, and more like a nouveau riche. The idea of going to the refugee cave to adopt a fierce man as a coolie and give him the name Ai Lu has now disappeared. If there's anything in Wu Yan's heart, it's that he can't wait to hug Ai Lu and kiss him a few times. After showing off a lot of his principles, Wu Yan's consciousness came to the small area. Looking at the treasures, demonic beast corpses, materials, and magic crystals, he didn't hesitate to keep a small portion of them for a rainy day while handing over the rest to the system. Chapter 807. Beep. The exchange value is too high. For users' convenience, the system has begun to update. Wu Yan was stunned. Before he could react, the system notification rang out in his head one after another. The system has been updated. The changes are as follows. Removing the data of the summoned characters. Only the ability, equipment, and level columns are retained. The summoned characters are now independent. The ability column is now independent. The equipment column is now independent. Only the points and level columns are retained. The equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, and other exchange points have been changed. The exchange values have been changed. The system has been updated. Please check it yourself. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his mind, his jaw dropped. By the time the beeps stopped, his jaw had already turned into an O shape. His mind went blank from the bombardment of the system. He didn't know what to make of it. System update? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. So the system can be updated? The system has its own independent judgment program. The other programs are also provided based on the user's applicability. In order for the user to check, the system will make its own judgment and update the values. If the system causes any inconvenience to the user, the system has the final right to explain. The user may inquire at any time. Since the system has the final right to explain, what's the point of asking? Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. However, he quickly remembered the system's update. He quickly opened his system list. In front of his consciousness, the system list opened up as usual. The starting list was just like what the system had said. There were some slight changes. Originally, there were 6 boxes from top to bottom: status, equipment, ability, item, summon, and instance dungeon. Now, there were only 3 boxes left: status, exchange, and instance dungeon. Clicking into the status column, the data that appeared in front of Wu Yan was no longer the same as before. Instead, the names of Wu Yan and a row of girls were displayed. Seeing this, Wu Yan clicked into the option for his name. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 170. Item points: 1270000. Ability points: 17,000. Summoning points: 2300. Level: 79. F***CK. Wu Yan exclaimed and cursed. Why are my points so low? Let's not talk about the points he had obtained from the things he had just handed over to the system. The points that he already had. But it's still more than that. Could it have been swallowed by the system? Just as this thought popped up in his head, the system's voice rang out. The values held by the user have been changed, and the values on the exchange list have also been changed. Please confirm. Hearing this, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not gone, it's fine. He looked at his personal status in front of him. Only his name, for types of points, and level were displayed. His previous abilities, equipment, and summoned character statuses were all gone. No, she couldn't say that she didn't see him. Instead, he had become independent. In the upper right corner of his character status, there were 3 additional options: ability, equipment, and summoned character. Clicking on the ability option, a list immediately appeared: abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Endless Martial Training, Knight Has Never Died by Bare Hands, Electromancer, LV5. Clicking on the equipment option, the stats of his equipment appeared as well. Equipment, Gate of Wealth, B rank. The summoned character option was the same as well. Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Itsuka Kotori, Yatsuka Toka, Toshizaki Kurumi, Shibano, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, Yakumo, Misaka Sister, 20,000. The 3 options were now independent. If he wanted to check them out, he would have to select them himself. It wasn't like before where they were all stacked together in a small list. There wasn't much to it, but the summoned characters gave him a headache. As for the personal statuses of the girls, the 4 stats of strength, endurance, agility, and spirit were removed, leaving only ability, equipment, and level. It was a lot simplified, but it didn't affect them too much. After exiting the status tab, Wu Yan clicked on the exchange option. The equipment, ability, item, and summoned options appeared in front of him. It was the same as before, but they were grouped into one category, so it didn't affect him too much. Of course, that's not what he's concerned about. What he's really concerned about is how much the values on the exchange list have changed. Thus, he couldn't wait to check out the items on the exchange list. As time passed, Wu Yan slowly understood the changes in the system. Simply put, the exchange values had changed. There weren't as many zeros as before. For example, the lowest grade common armament, rank D, only required 1 equipment point. Some of the better common armament were more expensive by 1 or 2 equipment points. The cheapest rare armament, rank C, was now 100 equipment points. The value had decreased by a lot. It was the same for items, abilities, and summons. Their values had decreased by quite a bit. His exchange points had shrunk, and the exchange points for these items had also shrunk. As a result, the prices of some items had become more expensive or cheaper. For example, Resplendent Breath used to cost 100,000 item points. Now that it had been reduced by 10 times, it only cost 10,000 item points. However, the price had increased by quite a bit. On the other hand, the Town Return Scroll, which used to cost 10,000 item points, had become 1 item point. Although the price seemed cheaper, it was still the same as before. It was the same for abilities and summoning. Some things had become more precious, while some things had also become cheaper. Compared to the past, where the value system focused on power, the current exchange system also took into account practicality and comprehensiveness. The value system had changed considerably. In short, some items had become cheaper, while others had become more expensive. For example, the Resplendent Breath that had helped Wu Yan a lot. In other words, this system update had both advantages and disadvantages for Wu Yan. However, based on the current situation, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Looking at the drastic changes in the exchange list, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. His face was flushed red. Thousands of words exploded into a single sentence. System, you tricked me. Unexpectedly, the system replied calmly. User, you're slandering me. Wu Yan's lips trembled. In the end, his shoulders drooped dispiritedly. Even if he protested, what could he do? He also knew that the system's update this time was for his convenience and to make up for some mistakes. For example, a heaven-defying item like Resplendent Breath that could make him invincible for 3 hours would definitely cost more than the previous 100,000 item points. However, it was still disadvantageous to him, wasn't it? He could only say that the system had become more reasonable, but the victim was himself. It's not all bad. At least the return scroll only costs 1 item point. It's too cheap. Wu Yen forced a smile to comfort himself. However, when he looked at the gold coins and the remaining precious items on the ground, Wu Yan's mood improved a lot. No matter what, he had gained a lot from this trip. Looks like I should exchange for some new abilities and equipment. Wu Yen muttered to himself. He didn't know what the catastrophe that the shadow spoke of was. He also didn't know what the item in the ring of power that could stop everything was. But at least Wu Yen understood one thing, and that is, power comes first. No matter what happened in the future, if he didn't have strength, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of the girls. Unless he brought all the girls to another dungeon world to avoid everything, but if he could, who would want to escape? Therefore, he had to increase his strength. To be continued. Chapter 808. Back in the palace outside the treasury. It has been an hour since Garen left and Wu Yen entered the treasury. Carter and Sylph have been waiting at the entrance for Wu Yen to come out. As time passed, their brows furrowed. Strange. Carter muttered. Logically speaking, it shouldn't take that long. Sylph raised her head and asked coldly. Imperial Father, what is the ancestor's relic? You don't know. Carter paused for a moment before nodding his head in understanding. You're a magus. The ancestor's relic is of no use to you. It's normal that no one told you about it. Carter retracted his gaze and placed his hands behind his back. Actually, the ancestor's relic is a battle technique he used when he was alive. Battle technique? Sylph turned around and paused for a moment. The ancestor's battle technique? Carter nodded. Sylph hesitated for a moment. If it's a battle technique used by the ancestor, then it must be very precious. Do you really think it's a good idea to give it to an outsider? That's why you got engaged to him? Kate smiled helplessly. The Ring of Authority was left behind by our ancestors. As a god, even if it's just a symbol, most people won't easily let go of it. After all, it has the title of a god. In such a situation, other than the combat skill left behind by our ancestors, there's no one who can give it up easily. Is there anything else we can trade with him? Compared to controlling the entire empire, the price of a single combat skill is still worth it. Even if Wu Yen has the Ring of Authority, Carter won't give up the throne to him. Even if Carter is willing, who in the Ailu imperial family would be willing to give up their throne to an outsider? If Wu Yen doesn't want to give up the Ring of Authority, Carter can't do anything about it. Someone will use the ancestor's relic as an excuse. Carter is confident that he won't be able to get anything out of it. With his strength and status as a Tier 9 powerhouse, he won't give up the throne. However, it will be troublesome. More importantly, the next emperor might not be from his faction. That's why he has to get the Ring of Authority. Moreover, Wu Yen is no pushover. He has a demigod behind him and 2 Tier 9 powerhouses by his side. If he offended these people for the sake of the Ring of Authority, he would be in real trouble. Jiren is aware of this as well, that's why he's willing to let Wu Yen have the battle skill. Of course, what they didn't expect is that a god-tier battle skill is of little value to Wu Yen. What they didn't expect is that this time, Wu Yen didn't get a battle skill, he got a secret and a ring of gold that is as valuable as their national treasury. Shaking his head, Kate let go of the complicated thoughts in his mind. Now that Wu Yen has agreed to the deal, things are going well. Unfortunately, because of Jiren's whims, his beloved daughter got engaged to someone else. Engaged. He didn't know when regret had evolved into resentment. The thoughts in his heart had also evolved into expressions along with the resentment. As Kite muttered unwillingly, his eyes gradually became unfriendly. If Sylph finds out that the father she idolizes is actually a daughter-con, would she still be able to maintain her cold demeanor? Maybe she already knew about it. Ta. A series of footsteps could be heard coming from the entrance of the treasury. Wu Yen finally came out of the treasury. Wu Yen raised his hand to shield his eyes. The blinding light made him feel uncomfortable. When he opened his eyes, Carter and Sylph were already in front of him. What do you think? Carter said with a smile. It's okay. Wu Yen mumbled with a stiff face. Seeing this, Carter is a bit confused, but he didn't ask any questions. It's his fortune to be able to learn it. If he can't, it's his fate. That's what Carter thought. If that's the case. Carter smirked. You should be satisfied with this deal, right? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yen said in an annoyed tone. Very much so. His tone is full of annoyance, but what he meant is that he's very satisfied with the items inside the ring of gold. The only thing he's not happy about is the sudden interference of a certain dam system. Taking the ring of authority off his finger, Wu Yen raised his hand and made a throwing gesture. Shocked, Kate stepped forward and snatched the pure white ring from Wu Yan's hand. He glared at Wu Yen with eyes full of anger. No matter what, this is an item left behind by his ancestor. It's a very important item. Throwing it away like that would make Kate's heart ache. Wu Yen grinned sheepishly. Then, he recalled something and looked at Kate. By the way, Your Majesty, do you know where I can get a large number of armaments? Carter was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Armament? A large number? Why do you need so many armaments? Well, Wu Yen scratched his head. You guys know that I have a special armament that can increase the power of normal armaments. However, it requires a lot of armaments to make up for its damage. Otherwise, it won't be able to increase its power. Carter nodded. He pondered for a moment and said, if you just need a large number of armaments and don't ask for a specific grade, it's not that hard to solve. It doesn't need to be too high grade, Wu Yen quickly said. Rare armaments are enough, common armaments are fine too. He's going to exchange them for equipment points anyway. If that's the case, then it's much easier. Carter smiled and put the ring of authority on his finger. You've done me a great favor. I can help you with this for the sake of the ring of authority. Of course, it won't be for free. Don't worry. Wu Yen patted his chest generously. Money is not a problem. As long as it's reasonable. All right then. Carter replied. His eyes flashed and he had a serious expression. He coughed dryly and he continued in a nonchalant manner. Since we're done here, it's about time to cancel your engagement with Sylph. Wu Yen and Sylph froze for a moment. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right. Carter smiled happily. However, Sylph said with an expressionless face, there's no need to cancel the engagement for now. Wu Yen was shocked. No! Carter roared. Since the matter is settled, why not cancel the engagement? Looking at her father's furious expression, Sylph couldn't maintain her cold expression and smiled bitterly. She turned to Wu Yen and spoke as if she was talking about the food she ate today. I said I wanted to spend some time with you. But. Wu Yen gulped and said weakly, but, isn't that just a temporary measure? Sylph lifted her head and she glared at Wu Yen with her icy blue eyes. I'm serious. Wu Yen almost choked on his own saliva. As for Carter, he was stunned. Serious? Wu Yen forced a smile and pointed at his own nose. Do you really want to marry me? Sylph glanced at Wu Yen. If it's suitable, I don't mind waiting on you with others. Wu Yen didn't know what to say. Carter reacted and looked at Sylph with a tearful expression. Daughter, why don't you reconsider? Sylph didn't say anything, she just shook her head. Kate laughed, but soon began to cry again. Chapter 809. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. Well, that's how it is. Wu Yen told Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi what he saw in the treasury. The three girls fell silent. They are still digesting what Wu Yen told them. Although it's best to keep what he encountered in the national treasury to himself, otherwise it would only cause more trouble. However, he has absolute trust in the girls around him. If he tells them, they can help him come up with a plan. Besides, Hinajiku and the other two are girls who can see the big picture. They wouldn't just blabber about such an important matter. Of course, Astria and the other girls might not be the same. It's not that Wu Yen doesn't trust Astria and the girls. It's just that with their personalities, even if it's something important, it's very likely that they'll use it as a joke after dinner. If that happens, it'll cause a huge commotion and it'll be very troublesome. Wu Yen glanced at Astria and Toka who are eating not far away. Flandra-chan and Yoshino who are enjoying the show. He sighed and felt a little pressured. If what Ailu said was true, would the girls still be as happy as they are now when the great calamity arrives? Will he be able to protect the girls' daily lives and smiles? Even Wu Yen is confused. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. However, he could only cower in his heart for a moment. He couldn't do it for any longer. Because if even he didn't have confidence, then the girls by his side would also feel the same way. However, Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi heard Wu Yan sigh. They looked at each other and sighed as well. I didn't think so much would happen in just one day. So many things happened in just one day. Chuju pursed her lips and looked at Wu Yan. The last time you came back from a dungeon world, the Beast King was born. This time, you came back with such a huge scandal. You have a constitution that attracts a lot of attention. It's really not flattering. Aha. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. His lips twitched. Don't talk like I'm an elementary school student. Although, I'm starting to wonder if I have such a constitution. Era. Kwang-san smiled. I don't think it's a bad idea. I won't be bored anymore. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore and Hinajuku started complaining. Do you think I'm just passing time? This is a major matter that even a god-level expert would treat so seriously. Ma. Kurumi covered her mouth. What's wrong with that? You. All right. Kotori waved her hand. There's no point thinking too much about it. The great calamity might not happen, right? Otherwise, AI Lu wouldn't have sealed the so-called solution. Instead, he would have left it to his descendants. It's too early to talk about this, we'll talk about it later. Hinajuku and Kurumi nodded nonchalantly. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. If anyone in Silveria were to find out about this, they wouldn't be as relaxed as the girls here. It was more important for them to come up with countermeasures beforehand. Of course, there was bound to be panic, there were pros and cons, so it wasn't easy to comment on them. In the end, the Spalier world isn't their world. Their sense of belonging isn't as heavy as the people of this world, so it's not hard to imagine how much they would take this matter to heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he's worried about the safety of the girls, Wu Yan probably wouldn't have paid much attention to this matter. But Kotori was right, this matter hasn't happened yet. There's no need for them to talk about it here, they're only making him more annoyed. It's best to just let it go. While Wu Yan was thinking, Kurumi suddenly smiled strangely. She narrowed her eyes and said to Wu Yan, by the way, Aotsusama, you seem to have a very close relationship with that princess, how enviable. The air froze. Wu Yan froze on the spot, he froze on the spot. Chuju and Kotori looked at him with hostility. They didn't say anything but their attitude made Wu Yan feel like he's sitting on pins and needles. He could only fake a smile. Hinajuku and Kotori didn't feel any better when they saw the forced smile on Wu Yan's face. The atmosphere didn't ease up either. The two girls looked at Wu Yan with a give me a reasonable explanation. Wu Yan felt like crying inside. Hinajuku is one thing, she's a jealous person, he didn't think Kotori would act like this as well. Where did the cute little sister who helped her brother chase after the elven girl go? Master. At this time, Ikaros's eyes flashed with a glint of data. You could faintly see a sci-fi-like frame moving back and forth in her eyes. Someone is approaching. Just as Ikaros finished her sentence, someone knocked on the door of the villa. In an instant, the noise in the villa slowly subsided. Wu Yan nodded. Ikaros, open the door. Yes, master. Leaving Wu Yan's side, Ikaros walked to the door and opened it. Everyone's gazes turned towards her. Excuse me, is Ueno-sama in? There were 3 men in armor standing at the entrance. 2 of them looked like guards standing behind them. The one in the lead looked more like a knight than a guard. He was also the one who had spoken. When he saw that the person who opened the door was an extremely beautiful young lady, a flash of surprise flashed across the knight's eyes. His expression also became sluggish for a moment, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly lowered his head. This one is a member of the imperial family. His Majesty ordered this one to deliver something to Wu Yan-sama. Deliver something? The girls flinched. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked to the door. I am Wu Yan. My lord. The knight bowed respectfully and handed a ring to Wu Yan. This is what His Majesty ordered me to deliver to you. Wu Yan eagerly took the ring and sank his consciousness into it. A moment later, a space with a large number of weapons was imprinted in Wu Yan's mind. These are the armaments that Carter promised to help Wu Yan find. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with joy. He smiled at the knight and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do." The knight bowed deeply. Then this one will take his leave. The knight stole a glance at Ikaros. He heard that Princess Sylph's fiancé has many beauties around him. He didn't want to believe it at first, but now, he has no choice but to believe it. The knight looked at Wu Yan with an envious gaze. He saluted Wu Yan again before leaving with his 2 guards. Flandre-chan poked her head out from Wu Yan's side. Is it something fun? Big bro. Wu Yan laughed when he heard this. It's not something fun, it's something useful. Wu Yan turned around and ran up the stairs. He shouted at the girls. I'm going up first. Don't wait for me to eat. Wait. Hinajiku subconsciously urged him to stay, but before she could say anything, Wu Yan disappeared in a flurry of footsteps. Seriously? Hinajiku grumbled. We're not done yet. Kotori looked at the stairs and shook her head. Maybe even he's getting anxious. Chuju fell silent for a moment before she helplessly leaned back in her chair. I wonder how Mikoto and the others are doing. Are they doing well in the behemoth forest? If Shokuha Misaki is here, she should be able to give us some good ideas. Ah. Allah. Kwang-san also revealed a devilish smile. I miss her too. Chuju felt even more helpless. Well. Kotori looked at the direction Wu Yan disappeared. I hope it won't be too troublesome. Chapter 8-10. With a bang, Wu Yan closed the door and ran to his bed. He kicked off his shoes and jumped onto the bed. He picked up the armaments that Carter sent over and began to inspect them. The amount of armaments in the space ring was very impressive, but the quality was a bit lacking. Almost 80% of them were common armaments and the rest were rare armaments. Even though he already knew this, Wu Yan still felt a bit helpless. Well, it didn't cost much anyway. A certain person who recently became rich said. Even though Carter sent over a lot of armaments, the cost wasn't even 1/10,000th of the gold coins in the ring of gold. If it wasn't for the fact that 20% of them were rare armaments, it probably wouldn't even be 1/10,000th of the gold coins. From this, it could be seen how much gold coins there were in the ring of gold. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan handed over all the armaments in the space ring, including the ring itself, to the system. Ding. Obtain 12,000 equipment points. 12,000 equipment points? Wu Yan scratched his head. The system update made him unable to react to the amount of equipment points he received. According to the current exchange value, the cheapest D-grade common armament was 1 equipment point, the cheapest C-grade rare armament was 100 equipment points, and the cheapest B-grade gold armament was 1,000 equipment points. In other words, 12,000 equipment points could be exchanged for 12 of the cheapest gold armaments. Of course, the cheapest, it should be a lot, right? Wu Yan sighed. Even though the system update made it easier for him to check, Wu Yan still couldn't get used to it. After all, his thought process was still stuck at the time when a rare armament cost more than 100,000 equipment points. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 12170 item points, 1270000 ability points, 17,000 summoning points, 2300 level, 79. After checking his current points, other than summoning points which were still the same as before, the other 3 points had increased by quite a bit. Compared to the previous value, it had increased a lot. It was enough for Wu Yan to squander. At that moment, Wu Yan first clicked on the ability option in the exchange. Then he hesitated for a moment when he saw the skills, talent, and lineage options that appeared. He clicked on the skills category. The advantage of a skill type ability was that it could be learned. It's your own. It would completely imprint the method of usage into the user's mind, becoming the user's memory. With this memory, even if Wu Yan did not have the system, he would still be able to use it. If he were to return to his previous life as an otaku, he would still be able to use this ability. Therefore, when choosing an ability, Wu Yan would first look for the skills category, then the talent category. As for the lineage category, for him who already had the true ancestor's bloodline, it became the ability option with the lowest requirement. After the system update, the values of the skill type abilities had changed a lot. For example, the complete memory ability that used to require 10,000 ability points now only required 100 ability points. As for the infinite armory that used to require 150,000 ability points, it had depreciated to 1,500 ability points. The various values had decreased by about 100 times. In other words, the total of 17,000 ability points on Wu Yan was roughly equivalent to 7 million ability points from before. Realizing this, Wu Yan's spirit was also lifted. This level of ability points was enough for him to squander. One must know that his true ancestor's bloodline, without the discount of lineage immunity, would require a full 500,000 ability points, which was the current 5,000 ability points. With 17,000 ability points, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. And this was the case when the 5 demigod magic crystals had not been exchanged for ability points. Licking the corner of his mouth, Wu Yan thought of the 5 demigod magic crystals in the ring of gold. His heart was slightly heated. Then he calmed his mind and began to look for an ability that would be useful to him. Wu Yan's current abilities were very complicated. There was the Electromancer, LV5, Superpower, Infinite Armory, True Ancestor's Bloodline, and the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands as backup. Superpowers relied on computing power, Infinite Armory was a skill, and True Ancestor's Bloodline and Knight Never Died by Bare Hands had endless uses. Speaking of which, he still lacked a system ability, such as Combat Chi and Magic Power. Wu Yan also felt that it was time for him to exchange for an ability of the energy system. There were many benefits to having an energy system. For example, the chakra in Naruto could be used to climb trees and walk on water. The chi in the Dragon Ball could be used to strengthen the body and increase attack power. The internal force of the ancient martial arts system could also be used to directly damage the internal organs of the human body. The combat chi and magic power in the Spalier world could also be used to increase various abilities. Moreover, many abilities required the support of energy to be used. For example, combat skills could not be used without combat chi. The same was true for magic, which required magic power to be used. In addition, it could increase one's strength. It was time to exchange for an energy system. Wu Yan's first choice was magic power, because magic power directly corresponded to magic and magic. There were many kinds of magic and magic in the system. There were elemental magic, such as fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, and so on. There were also healing magic, destruction magic, and even high mysterious magic such as inherent enchantments, as well as magic related to space and time. It could be said that magic and magic almost involved all aspects of the field. As long as one understood the knowledge in this field, then in the face of battles and events, it could play a great role. In addition, in Wu Yan's memory, almost every instance where a creature like the true ancestor of vampires existed, as long as it had an energy system, then it was all magic power, and it was very powerful. He believed that magic power should be the most suitable energy system for the true ancestor of vampires. Of course, Wu Yan also asked the system for its opinion, and the system also gave a clear answer. The compatibility between the true ancestor and magic power was the most suitable. Every true ancestor who cultivated magic power could be regarded as a large magic power furnace. A true ancestor not only cultivated magic power with half the effort, but the effect was also surprisingly good, much more powerful than other life units. So, Wu Yan looked at the list of abilities in the skills category, and then directly pulled to the option related to magic power. Magic Power Cultivation Method, Basic. A set of basic magic power cultivation method, after cultivation can obtain magic power, The growth of magic power is relatively slow, 1 ability point. Magic power cultivation method, intermediate. A set of intermediate magic power cultivation method. After cultivation can obtain magic power. The growth of magic power is relatively slow, 10 ability points. Magic power cultivation method, advanced. A set of advanced magic power cultivation method. After cultivation can obtain magic power. The growth of magic power is relatively fast, 100 ability points. Magic power cultivation method, ultimate. A set of magic power cultivation method of the highest level. After cultivation can obtain magic power. The growth of magic power is extremely fast, 1000 ability points. Seeing these 4 options, Wu Yan directly clicked on Magic Power Cultivation Method, Ultimate, without thinking. Ding! Obtained Magic Power Cultivation Method, Ultimate. When the system notification sounded, Wu Yan's consciousness began to pull away. While in a daze, Wu Yan felt a memory fragment that he had never had before forcibly stuffed into his mind and was memorized by him. Having already experienced it several times, Wu Yan naturally understood that this memory fragment was the method to use the magic power cultivation method and immediately began to memorize it. Not long after, a set of very complicated and very mysterious cultivation method was branded into the depths of Wu Yan's mind and was obtained by Wu Yan. His consciousness swept over this set of magic power cultivation method. Wu Yan held his breath and gently closed his eyes, according to the cultivation method in his memory, began to extract magic power. Similarly, not long after, a faint and somewhat mysterious fluctuation appeared on Wu Yan's body, visible to the naked eye. A surge of air reverberated on the surface of his body, and with a rapid trend, it gradually grew, and did not stop for a long time. Chapter 8:11. It has to be said that a primogenitor's mana cultivation has a huge advantage. In just an hour, Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave. It even spread outwards, causing the atmosphere around him to swirl slowly. The effects of true ancestors cultivating mana were exceptionally good. Compared to other life forms, every true ancestor's mana could be said to be very powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the effects of vampires cultivating mana were definitely at the forefront of all life forms. As the true ancestor of vampires, she was naturally the strongest among the vampires when it came to cultivating magic power. Additionally, Wu Yan's mana cultivation is at the highest level. In just an hour of cultivation, his mana is much greater than Sylph, Kaya, and other magicians who have been cultivating for decades. It's even comparable to a Tier 9 magician who has been cultivating for decades. If Wu Yan continues to cultivate, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the person with the most mana in the Spalier world. It's not just the amount of mana, the quality of mana is also great. For energy systems like impetus and mana, the amount and quality of the energy is directly linked to the cultivation method. If the cultivation method is of a lower level, not only will the amount of mana increase be slow, the quality of the mana won't be good either. It requires time to refine and purify the mana. If the cultivation method is of a higher level, it will save a lot of time and there's no need to refine the quality of the mana. With the highest level of mana cultivation method, the quality of the mana extracted by Wu Yan is of the highest quality. He didn't need to divert his attention to purification, he only needed to concentrate on increasing the amount of mana. This is why the highest level of mana cultivation method requires 1000 ability points. If converted to the previous value, 1000 ability points would be equivalent to 100,000 ability points. As time passed, Wu Yan's mana grew larger and larger. A small storm started to form around the room due to the mana fluctuations. It didn't take long for the utensils in the room to be blown all over the place. It's a mess and it's getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, this room will be destroyed sooner or later. He was merely cultivating magic power, yet he could produce such a scene. Of course, it was partly because it was a magic power training method of the highest level, but more importantly, it was practiced by a true ancestor of vampires. In the entire Spalier world and even the entire Instance Dungeon worlds, there was only one person capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Just as the wind was about to evolve into a tornado, the mana fluctuations on Wu Yan's body suddenly slowed down, and the flow of mana gradually shrank into Wu Yan's body. The surrounding wind and waves also weakened. By the time Wu Yan's mana was completely withdrawn into his body, the surroundings had completely calmed down, leaving behind a room as messy as a garbage dump. Utensils were scattered all over the floor, creating a very messy scene. On the bed, Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. In an instant, the pair of wine-red pupils seemed to be suffused with a golden light, accompanied by an indescribable flash of light. The flash was like an illusion. However, the luster in his eyes became even deeper, like a ferocious beast hiding in the abyss. Wu Yan stretched lazily and exhaled in satisfaction as he sensed the tremendous amount of mana flowing through his body. As expected of the energy system most compatible with a true ancestor of vampires. If it were another energy system, I'm afraid that no matter how talented I am, it would take me a year or so to achieve the same effect. Now, Wu Yan only felt one thing, and that was fullness. It wasn't that his body was weak before, but in the past, although his body was called the body of a true ancestor, it was no different from a human's except for its undying nature. It still had a stomach, and all the internal organs were intact. There was nothing extra or missing. Now, with the addition of mana, which was something the human body didn't originally have, it could also enhance his body in various aspects, such as stamina, endurance, and so on. Wu Yan felt a sense of fullness, and it wasn't an illusion. After taking a closer look at the benefits of magic power and the novelty of it, Wu Yan diverted his attention away from it. He looked at the system tab that was still open and he started checking it again. With mana, how could he not use it? Mana had endless uses in various aspects, but it could only be used to enhance and strengthen the body. To truly show the value of mana, one needed to know how to use it. For example, magic and magic. The magic in the system was different from the magic in the Spalier world. The so-called magic was to use a mysterious method not known to ordinary people to reproduce the things that could be done through human technology with the power of an individual. For example, magicians only needed to use magic to build a tall building. It could be done in just a few seconds, but human technology would take days or even years. This was the power of magic. Another example would be humans making fire. Magicians could also use magic to make fire. The difference was that humans used fire, while magicians could manipulate fire. Usually, humans could also do this. Magicians used magic to construct power, to use this mysterious method, which was called magic. In the Spalier world, the ice magic used by Sylph and Lulu, the wind magic used by Kaya, and other types of magic are all magic in the system. Magic, on the other hand, can create miracles that even magic and human technology can't do. For example, it can interfere with time, or it can bring the dead back to life. These are things that humans can't do no matter how much time and resources they have. But magic can. This is also the main difference between magic and magic in the system. To put it simply, what humans can do with technology can be done with mana. This is magic. Something that humans couldn't achieve with their own technology, but with the use of magic, they could achieve a miracle. That was magic. Of course, there are many ways to use mana. It can't only be used for magic or magic. However, these two are the most obvious ways to use mana. That's why Wu Yan chose to use these two mysterious powers. There are so many magic tricks in the system that it's a headache. Wu Yan can't exchange them all at once. The best way is to exchange them all at once. Coincidentally, there's a very subtle ability in this skills category that can do this. 103,000 grimoires, originally from the Magic Manual. It is a medium of knowledge that contains all sorts of magic tricks, spells, and mystical techniques from all over the world. It can be used as a pure form of knowledge. The user can directly access all the relevant knowledge. However, the source of the knowledge has the side effect of corrupting the user's mind. If used as an ability, the user will be immune to this side effect and gain access to all the information recorded in the 103,000 grimoires. Cost: 15,000 ability points. When Wu Yen saw this ability, he had two feelings. One is that it's strange, and the other is that it's expensive. Strange, of course. 103,000 grimoires. Since it's a grimoire, it should be a physical object. It should be more suitable to be categorized as a tool or equipment. As for how expensive it was, he had reduced his remaining 16,000 ability points to 1,000 ability points. How could that not be expensive? Of course, it's expensive, but he won't have to worry about not having any magic tricks to use. 103,000 grimoires contain all the techniques recorded in the magic manual. It's not that Wu Yen can use it, it's just that he can't use it. The introduction also says that 103,000 grimoires are pure knowledge. It's understandable that they can be converted into memories and be used by the user. It's that 15,000 ability points that makes Wu Yan's heart throb. If it hurts, then so be it. It's worth it to be able to get the knowledge inside. Pursing his lips, Wu Yen made up his mind and clicked on the exchange. In the next moment, his mind was suddenly filled with fragments of memories. Chapter 8:12. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yen finally opened his eyes. While digesting the memories he received, his eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to have an imaginary memory forcibly stuffed into one's head, not to mention that it was 103,000 grimoires. Even if the side effect of polluting one's mind was eliminated because it was a skill ability, the amount of knowledge in it was enough to wrap the entire earth into a rice dumpling if one were to put every single word together. With so many memories in his head, it's already good that he didn't go insane, but exhaustion is inevitable. While he's tired, Wu Yen is also excited. His head is filled with all kinds of magic techniques, his body has magical power, and with the support of the infinite martial arts, Wu Yen doesn't even need to practice, he can just use the magic techniques recorded in the 103,000 grimoires. Other people can't learn such a huge amount of magic in their lifetime. Wu Yen can learn it all just by clicking on the system list a few times. This is the advantage of the system. Now, Wu Yen can rely on everything he learned. He doesn't need any superpowers, he doesn't need any other mystical abilities. The current him, even without the system, still has the capital to become strong. 16,000 ability points, it's worth it. Rubbing his forehead, his face. Tired and excited at the same time, Wu Yan's expression is very contradictory, but it's the best way to express his mood. After calming down, Wu Yen forced himself to focus. He reached out and clicked on the system list in front of him. Next is equipment. Wu Yen has a lot of equipment. Gate of Babylon, Meteor Shower, Fraxinus, Iron Sand, Iron Sand, Iron Sand, Gold Armaments, Gold Armaments, Iron Sand, Iron Sand, and Gold Armaments. In terms of equipment, he doesn't lack any. He wanted to be able to directly increase his strength like an ability. There was no point in simply increasing the number of equipment he had, unless he exchanged them for A-grade equipment, which was a legendary armament. However, Wu Yen had already checked. The cheapest legendary armament cost 100,000 equipment points. With just his 12,000 equipment points, it was not enough. Wu Yen needed equipment with special effects. Out of boredom, Wu Yen flipped through the entire exchange list. He removed the equipment that was worth more than the equipment he had and began to read the descriptions one by one. He didn't have much hope, but when he saw an equipment, Wu Yan's hand paused. Magic-breaking Wild Rose. Level B, a relic from Fateful Night. The red spear can nullify the effects of mana. You don't need to release your true name to be effective. Excellent against mana defense. All mana enhancement, defense, and additional abilities will be nullified when they come into contact with the spear. Cost: 3,000 equipment points. Magic nullification? Looking at the magic-breaking Wild Rose's effect in the exchange list, Wu Yen frowned and pondered. The magic-breaking Wild Rose's ability to nullify mana nullification was indeed attractive to Wu Yen. If he had it, then when he encountered an opponent who used mana as an energy system, his opponent would definitely be very tragic. But it was limited to this. Wu Yen didn't live in a world that only used mana nullification as an energy system. He had traveled to many worlds. Among them, there were all kinds of unique mysteries unique to each world, such as combat energy, mana nullification, and super abilities. If it only nullified mana nullification, it would be a little too limited. In his heart, an idea kept growing like bamboo shoots after a rain, and it was getting more and more uncontrollable. After repeatedly verifying this sudden idea, Wu Yen raised his head and spoke. System, is there a way to make the magic-breaking wild roses target transition from mana nullification to all super abilities? His voice echoed in the messy room and even reached Wu Yan's ears. Hearing this sentence, even Wu Yen was a little surprised. Did he really come up with such an idea? It seemed that even the system didn't expect Wu Yen to suddenly ask such a question. For a moment, it didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Only when the echo-like voice faded away, the system's voice sounded in Wu Yan's mind. According to the system's judgment, the user's proposal is feasible. Wu Yen was stunned, but when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Really? Tell me what to do. The system slowly said in a cold voice. If you want to change the special effect of the equipment, you will also need to modify the equipment itself. The system can help the user modify the equipment, and according to the requirements, a certain amount of points will be charged. Modify? Wu Yen lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and then directly said, then modify it. Change the anti-magic effect of magic-breaking wild rose to an ability that can break all abilities. Beep. Modify magic-breaking wild rose. According to the user's requirements, user will need to pay an additional 7,000 equipment points and 10,000 item points. Do you want to modify it? 7,000 equipment points, 10,000 item points. Wu Yen nodded. Modify it. Modifying in progress. After the notification, a flashing red spear suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yen, floating in the air. A strange light enveloped the entire spear, as if a large hand was squeezing something, constantly wriggling. As the strange light gradually wriggled, strands of golden lines crawled up from the end of the red spear, like a vine wrapping around the entire spear, until finally the tip of the spear was contained within, then suddenly trembled and disappeared into the spear under Wu Yan's gaze. Ding! Modification complete. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited grin as he stared at the dark red spear floating in front of him. He extended his hand and grabbed it with one hand. Magic-breaking wild rose, modified, B-grade, a red spear that can erase all abilities that do not exist in common sense, after special modification, cannot be exchanged. Looking at the feedback from the system, Wu Yan's smile grew wider and wider, and finally he couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps because extreme joy begets sorrow, his body that was sitting steadily on the bed suddenly tilted to one side and fell off the bed. Bang! Ouch! Wu Yen cried out in pain, but before he could recover, an unknown hard object suddenly fell from the sky, like a urinal, and smashed into his head, making him dizzy. F***CK. Wu Yen cursed, throwing away the urinal on his face. The urinal hit the wall not far away, but bounced back and smashed into Wu Yan's face again. Wu Yen was shocked and quickly ducked to avoid it. So unlucky! Wu Yen recalled this scene with lingering fear, looking at the red spear in his hand. Is it because of this? Wu Yen knew that Jianghu was so unlucky because he had a phantom killer that could erase all abilities, even his luck. His modification of the magic-breaking wild rose was also inspired by the phantom killer. Now, whoever takes you will have ease luck. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he didn't need to throw the spear in the gate of Babylon, or else he would be in big trouble. Since you have the exact same effect, then you should be called the Phantom Killer. Character, Wu Yen. Equipment points, 2170 item points, 1260000 ability points, 1000 summoning points, 2300 level, 79. Chapter 8:13. In the villa, several young girls were laughing and playing in the living room. Their pleasant laughter spread everywhere, and it sounded very happy. Even Kurumi, who usually only likes to quietly drink black tea, was playing with Flandre-chan and Yoshino for a while. The joyful atmosphere was obvious. From time to time, the girls would cast their gem-like eyes towards the upper floors of the villa. They would stare at the door of a certain room as if they were anticipating something. They seemed to be enjoying it. It had only been less than half an hour since the girls woke up. However, in this half an hour, each of them had cast their gazes towards the door of that room no less than 10 times. However, they pretended that they didn't care. Wu Yan has been in the room for an entire day. However, Wu Yan showed no signs of coming out of his room. Astria and the others are worried. They suggested calling him out several times, but they were stopped by Chuju and Kotori. Even though they are worried, they sensed a dense wave of mana fluctuating in the room ever since Wu Yan entered the room. It's getting stronger and stronger. Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi sensed Wu Yan's aura from the mana fluctuation. It's probably Wu Yan's handiwork. Based on Wu Yan's actions yesterday, they deduced that Wu Yan must have exchanged for a new ability and he's currently cultivating it. When he comes out of his room, he'll probably be dead. He will definitely improve by leaps and bounds when he comes out of the room. It's not the right time to wake him up. Kotori would have dragged Wu Yan out of the room otherwise. Since the first day she met Wu Yan, the task of waking him up has always been her younger sister's daily routine. Looks like there's no result for now. After waiting in the hall for a while, Kotori let out a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no other movements apart from the fluctuating mana waves in the upper level of the mansion. She stopped paying attention to the door and started enjoying her dessert. Of course, it's the jewel. Just as Kotori gave up on her observation, the fluctuating mana in the room suddenly expanded. It increased by several times in an instant. The entire mansion shook. Chuju, Kotori, Astria, Toka, and the others noticed the change. The girls in the living room had a change in expression. They turned their attention to the room above. Along with the spread of this fluctuation, Akros's eyes quickly turned and shrunk. In an instant, they turned a deep crimson red. Behind her, a pair of pink wings flapped and she flew towards the direction of the room. The other girls came to their senses and rushed towards Wu Yan's room. Under Ikaros's lead, they barged into the room and looked at the direction of Wu Yan's bed. Wu Yan's eyes were closed. Instead of reacting to the invasion of the girls, a surge of magical energy slowly surged in his body and continued to rise. In a very short period of time, it surpassed the previous peak level and continued to rise. They felt Wu Yan's rapidly increasing mana fluctuation. The girls are nervous because they can't tell if this is a good thing or a bad thing. They didn't dare to act rashly. They huddled together as they stared at Wu Yan's figure on the bed. Their bodies tensed up as they stared at Wu Yan's figure. If anything happens, they will rush to Wu Yan's side at the first sign of trouble. The stalemate continued. Wu Yan's mana surged for about 10 minutes. Towards the end, the rate of increase slowed down until it reached a certain peak. Another minute later, the mana stopped expanding and it shrunk back into Wu Yan's body as if it had reached its limit. The mana flow slowly receded back into his body as if it was being sucked in by a ventilator. As the mana flow receded back into his body, Wu Yan's face became redder and redder. By the time the mana flow receded back into his body, Wu Yan's face was as red as if he just soaked in a hot spring. Then his face returned to normal. His closed eyes trembled. Finally, under the girls' joyful gazes, Wu Yan's eyes slowly opened. Phew! Exhaling, Wu Yan's face glowed red. He could feel the mana in his body growing several times stronger than before. He couldn't hide the joy on his face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Kurumi pursed her lips and smiled at Wu Yan's joyful face. At this moment, Wu Yan noticed the girls in his room. He was startled. Blinking his eyes, Wu Yan was surprised. Why are you all here? Hearing this, the girls were all annoyed. You made such a big ruckus and you still have the nerve to ask. Hinajiku rolled her eyes playfully. You really can't stand being lonely. Commotion. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. When he noticed the messy room around him, he roughly understood what happened. He smiled bitterly, making the girls even more annoyed. Kotori looked at Wu Yen and bit the pearl in her mouth. Quite the harvest? Wu Yen curled his lips and nodded. Anyone could tell what he's feeling right now from that look. For an entire day, Wu Yen immersed himself in mana cultivation. He didn't rest for even a second. Naturally, his harvest was great. If at the beginning Wu Yan's mana was a stream, then now, the mana that filled his entire body could be described as an ocean. Under the effects of the highest level of mana cultivation and the body of a true ancestor, Wu Yan's talent was fully displayed. At this time, he could clearly feel that every corner of his body, every cell, every drop of blood, was transmitting excitement and joy. It was like a glutton who had been starving for a long time suddenly ate a few days' worth of food to fill his stomach. He was satisfied. Now, Wu Yen finally understood how much he wasted this body in the past. That's why when he started cultivating his mana, his body seems to have accumulated a lot of power, squeezing out all the time he wasted in the past. In just one day, Wu Yan's gains are unimaginable. But this is a good thing. He can only do it once he unlocked the potential of the true ancestor body. From now on, he will have to take it one step at a time. He won't be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. But even so, Wu Yen is very satisfied. Just the amount of mana in his body alone is unimaginably powerful. In terms of quantity, even some demigod mages can't compare to him. As expected of a true ancestor called a mobile mana furnace by the system. Rolling off the bed, Wu Yen contentedly wriggled his body that had been sitting for an entire day. A burst of crackling sounds like beans being crushed rang out. The girls almost thought that Wu Yan's body was made of iron and rusted. Mzur. Seeing Wu Yen get off the bed, Ikaros immediately stepped forward and handed him a loaf of bread. Thank you. Wu Yen seemed to be hungry as well. He took the bread with a smile and took a bite. He then patted Ikaros on the head. Ikaros revealed a look of enjoyment and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's palm. A happy blush appeared on her face. Swallowing all the bread in his hand into his stomach, he licked his fingers as if he still hasn't had enough. He glanced at the girls who are watching him and after pondering for a bit, he lifted his head. Since everyone is here, it just so happens that I also have something to discuss with all of you. Hearing this, the girls quickly became serious. Wu Yen couldn't help but nod. I think it's time for us to leave this place. Chapter 8:14. Leave this place? Because it was too sudden, the girls couldn't react in time and were all stunned. Wu Yen nodded and he walked to the window. He sighed as he looked at the scenery of the Villa District and the arena tower in the distance. Spalier World Academy might be the strongest academy in the Spalier world, but I don't think there's any reason for us to stay here anymore. Wu Yen turned around and he looked at the girls one by one. When we first came here, our strength couldn't be compared to now. At that time, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino hadn't come to our side. This was the most famous gathering place of the continent's geniuses. Lulu and the others were also here. We came here with the intention of seeing them and improving our strength. But now, Spalier World Academy can't keep up with our progress, they can't meet our requirements. Wu Yen said helplessly. There's no point in staying here any longer and leveling up is a big problem. So, I think it's time for us to leave. Leave, huh? The girls looked at each other in silence. It's unknown if they were reluctant to leave this place or if they were lost. Well, not all of them are like that. Ikaros quietly walked to Wu Yan's side and tugged at his sleeve. Ikaros will go wherever our goes. Ikaros's simple and gentle words woke up the girls around her. They looked at each other and smiled. Ikaros-senpai is right. Astria jumped to Wu Yan's side. Opposing Ikaros, she also tugged at Wu Yan's other sleeve. Wherever our goes, Astria goes too. Flan too. Flan too. Flandra-chan jumped into Wu Yan's embrace, not wanting to be left out. Oni-chan, you can't leave Flan behind. Why you still have me? Yoshino came over timidly. You guys. Wu Yen shook his head, but he couldn't help but smile. Stop surrounding Shido. Ikaros and the others leaned on Wu Yen intimately. Toka got jealous. She stomped her feet and yelled. I won't leave Shido either. Don't leave me behind. She yelled. Toka pounced on Wu Yen. She overloaded Wu Yan's body. Bam. Both of them fell to the ground. Hinajiku, Kotori, and Kurumi couldn't help but bitterly chuckle. He said he's leaving. Hinajiku stepped forward and helped Flanderchan and the four sisters up. She turned to Wu Yen. Where are we going? Do you have a destination? Wu Yen grinned and waved his hand. Let's go to the behemoth forest first. Mikoto and the others are still there. What about that Feifei senpai? Kotori tapped her finger. Aren't you close with them? It's not good to leave just like that, right? Well. Wu Yen shrugged. Of course we have to tell them before we leave so they can't find us. Feifei senpai is fine, but Lulu is a different story. It won't be a joke if things get out of hand. Thinking about Lulu's personality, Hinajiku felt a headache coming. Do you need us to go with you? No need. Wu Yen shook his head. See if there's anything you guys need to pack. Go prepare some food as well. Get everything ready. The girls nodded in agreement. Wu Yen looked at the girls and nodded with a smile. Mana surged out of his body and enveloped Wu Yen. Under the girls' shocked gazes, a purple magic formation rippled beneath Wu Yan's feet. Then, Wu Yen disappeared from the spot. It disappeared. Astria and the others gasped. A new ability? Chuju turned to Kotori. Kotori stared at the spot where Wu Yen disappeared. When Wu Yen disappeared, she felt a ripple similar to a spatial quake. However, it was much milder and less violent. A spatial ability? Kurumi licked her lips and smiled wickedly. Interesting. Spalier World Academy, Fatal Forest Headquarters. In a room on the top floor, Feifei is sitting on a chair. She's wiping Night Elf with a clean white cloth. She's taking care of her beloved sword. Lulu is lying on the sofa beside her. She's kicking her legs lazily. At a certain moment, Feifei, who was wiping her sword, suddenly stopped. Her pupils shrunk and she stood up abruptly, giving Lulu a big fright. She pointed the night elf in her hand forward and said coldly, "What are you doing?" "Who is it?" Feifei said. Space rippled and a figure appeared. Wu Yen appeared in front of the two girls. Yo. Wu Yen waved his hand at the two girls who are still in a daze. Feifei, you have sharp senses. Yen. Feifei put away Night Elf and stared at Wu Yan's face. She said hesitantly, "You just, that." "Oh, that." Wu Yen curled his lips. "That's spatial manipulation magic. I just learned it recently." Spatial manipulation magic? Yes, it's magic. Wu Yen walked over to Lulu and sat down beside her. Lulu finally reacted to the situation and she exclaimed, "Why you here? Why did you come all of a sudden?" Wu Yen frowned and grabbed Lulu's face. "Sorry, that's how I suddenly came here. Space control, magic?" Feifei frowned. She shook her head as if she couldn't get over it. She looked at Wu Yen. "Do you need something from me?" Wu Yen stopped his hand from Lulu and nodded. "I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Feifei and Lulu exclaimed at the same time. "Why are you leaving?" Feifei's expression turned serious. She stared at Wu Yen. "Did something happen? Did someone bully you?" Lulu was anxious. "If someone bullies you, tell me. I'll teach them a lesson for you." "Haha." Wu Yen laughed dryly. "Thank you so much. Unfortunately, it's not." "Then why did you leave?" Lulu grabbed Wu Yan's arm and hugged him with all the strength she could muster. "Isn't it good to be here? Did I make you angry? Let me apologize." Seeing Lulu's anxious expression, Wu Yen felt pity for her and rubbed her head. "It's not like that. It's just that we can't improve much in the Spalier World Academy. That's why we want to go out and explore." Lulu's eyes were filled with tears. "Then I'll go with you." "This." "All right, Lulu." Feifei, who had been silent all this while, raised her head and took Lulu's hand. You're not strong enough yet. If you go with them, you'll only be a burden. Fei. Lulu looked at Fei and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She threw herself into Fei's arms and sobbed. Lulu, don't cry. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and comforted her. It's just leaving the academy. It's not like we'll never see each other again. But. Lulu sobbed and said, I'll miss you guys so much. Wu Yan was speechless when he heard Lulu's words. Wu Yan sighed and rubbed Lulu's head. I'll keep in touch with you at all times. If you miss us, come and find us when you've become stronger. Really? Lulu lifted her tear-stained face from Fei's arms and looked at Wu Yan. You can't lie to me. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled gently. I won't lie to you. Wu Yan looked at Fei. Fei nodded at Wu Yan. There was no reluctance in her eyes, only understanding. Be careful. But Wu Yan clenched his fist. Don't worry. Chapter 8:15. A piece of news slowly spread through the Spalier World Academy. The content of the message was very simple. Although it was simple, it made every student who heard it feel extremely shocked. The strongest student right now, Wu Yan, along with a group of girls beside him, applied for graduation. Graduation, this word wasn't unfamiliar. In the Spalier World Academy, there were students who graduated every year. There was a rule in the academy: students above the age of 25 were not allowed to stay in the academy. Students above the age of 25 were required to take the graduation test. If they passed, they would graduate. If they failed, they would be expelled. Regardless of whether it was the students who participated in the graduation test before reaching the age of 25, or those who were still unable to pass the graduation test at the age of 25, these two types of people were born every year in the academy. However, there was no one who took the initiative to apply for graduation and participate in the graduation test before reaching the age of 25. This was to be expected. Silveria World Institute was the only institute in the world. It was a joint venture between the 3 empires and the 9 great houses. Here, resources from all over the world could be found. There was nothing you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't find. With the support of these resources, the students of Silveria World Institute would grow much faster than if they were training in other places. It's not wrong to call the institute the cradle of the strong. Many students covet the rare resources here. Even if they're strong enough, they would still choose to stay here. That's because this is where growth is the fastest. Never graduate before the age of 25. In the academy, this was already an unspoken rule. And now Wu Yan and the others had silently broken this rule before anyone knew about it. Countless students looked at each other. They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. This group of people, he's really doing something that surprises people all the time, huh? As for the final result of the graduation test, there was no need to look at it. In the academy, according to the level of the students, the difficulty of the graduation test also varied, but the difficulty was relatively fixed. Ordinary students, as long as they had the strength of the 6th rank, passing the graduation test wasn't a problem. Elite students, as long as they had the strength of the 7th rank, passing the graduation test wasn't a problem either. The graduation test for special students was of the highest difficulty. However, one only needed to have the strength of the upper 7th step. In that case, passing the graduation test was just a matter of time. In Wu Yan's group, everyone's strength was at least at the 8th level, and the 2 of them would usually only run around the academy. He hadn't seen how they cultivated, but the strength of these beautiful little girls had once shocked all the students. With that level of strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to participate in the graduation test. Of course, the leaders of the factions who already knew Flandrachan's true strength were an exception. They could only grumble in their hearts. I hope the examiners who helped Flandrachan don't get scared out of their wits. The final result was just as everyone had expected. Wu Yan's group of 9 had all passed the graduation test. For the past few months, Silveria World Institute has been in chaos. Today, the student who broke the rules officially announced his graduation. Countless students heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of emptiness. This was because they knew that without this group of people, the excitement in the academy would be reduced by a lot. They would also return to a few months ago, their normal daily life in the academy. Everyone has passed the graduation test. Jaffer, who hadn't seen in a while, looked at the report placed in front of him. He clenched his bear-like paws and stared straight at it. A trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. His battle with Wu Yen during the tournament ended in a draw, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was the one who lost. After losing to Wu Yen, Jaffer had been cultivating like crazy, all for the sake of one day defeating Wu Yen with his own hands and taking back everything he'd lost. But now, the man he'd set as his goal was about to leave this place. The gap between him and Wu Yen didn't decrease in the slightest. In fact, it was getting bigger and bigger. Even the head of the Lori family, Lar, admitted that he wasn't confident he could beat Wu Yen if he went up against him. Jaffer couldn't accept this, he couldn't accept it. Although he'd improved recently, it was nothing compared to Wu Yen. Plus, he had a feeling he and Wu Yen were no longer in the same dimension. Bam! Jaffer smashed the table in front of him into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot and he was panting heavily. He screamed in his heart. I haven't seen his true strength with my own eyes. I won't admit it. Jaffer lifted his head, turned around and walked out the door. Is that so? She's leaving? Ka, who had his back facing Jaffer, was still standing straight when he heard the news from his confidant. However, a bitter smile slowly bloomed on his face. Miss Ikaros is leaving as well? Thinking of this, Kaya felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Along with the pain, there was also a strange sense of jealousy. Jealousy. He knew that no matter what that man said, this angel who made his heart throb for the first time would do it without hesitation. This wasn't the first time Kaya had seen this with his own eyes. As smart as he was, he naturally knew that in Ikaros' heart, there was only one man. But even though he knew this, he couldn't stop himself from loving that angelic girl. He'd been lying to himself until now, trying to avoid this reality. Even now, Ka still couldn't forget the beautiful scene of Ikaros spreading her wings and soaring into the sky, bathing in her feathers and radiance. Now, she's leaving with that man. Will I ever have the chance to see her again? Thinking of this, Kaya clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. At a certain point, Ka lifted his head. Let's go. To the villa area. Inside a luxurious room, an icy blue figure sat on an office chair. There were all sorts of documents in front of her, but she didn't even glance at them. Instead, her eyes were closed. Mana flowed around her body. It's obvious she's cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, the fluctuating magical energy flow began to shrink back into her body. The icy blue magical energy rendered her originally cold face even closer to the freezing point. However, that incomparably exquisite and beautiful face caused others to involuntarily cast their gazes on her body, their faces filled with amazement and enchantment. Even though Snow Song, one of the 3 royal organizations under Sylph's command, only accepts female members, the members here are all female. However, all of them are deeply in love with their leader, just like the female members of Starlight Queen. In their eyes, other than their idol, they don't care about anyone else. Only the members of Snow Song and Starlight Queen have this kind of obsession. In the entire Spalier world, only the members of Snow Song and Starlight Queen have this kind of obsession. From this, one can see how skillful Sylph and Shokuhu Misaki are. Under the admiring gazes of her subordinates, Sylph opened her eyes and sensed the magical energy in her body. She nodded in satisfaction. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her icy blue eyes dimmed a little. She opened her mouth and asked, "What's the matter? Has he left?" The people around her looked at each other. They knew who Sylph was referring to. Their eyes flashed with anger, but they still stepped forward. If it's Lord Wu Yen, he's probably preparing to leave. Sylph's eyes flashed and she fell silent. Nobody knows what she's thinking about. After a while, she stood up and walked outside. The other members of Snow Song quickly followed after her. At the same time, the various major powers within the academy also moved towards the villa district due to their own thoughts. Chapter 8:16. Wu Yan and a group of girls stood in front of a mansion. Fei Fei and Lulu were standing opposite them. They were here to send them off. You. Lulu wiped her snot and tears off her face. Big drops of tears flowed down her face like they were worthless. She has been in this state for half an hour. Lulu cried for half an hour, but she was still energetically wiping her tears away. The others around her felt powerless. It was as if they were the ones who used up all the energy in Lulu's crying. Everyone's face was as pale as a tomato. Just how sad must this girl be to cry like this? Kotori didn't even have the strength to bite the pearl. Her lips twitched as she looked at Lulu. Although she had heard about Lulu's deeds before, she didn't expect it to be like this when she actually faced it with her own eyes. She finally understood why when people mentioned Lulu, their faces would be filled with a mixture of love and hate. I don't hate this type. Kurumi touched her chin with her finger and added another sentence. But isn't she crying a little too long? Yeah. She's right, Lulu kept crying, so they had to stay here and comfort her. If they couldn't comfort her, they wouldn't be able to leave. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is you. Wa, Astria and Toka hugged Lulu and cried their hearts out. Everyone felt their energy dissipating faster. Astria-chan, Taika-chan. Chuju's eyebrows twitched. She forced a smile and said, "Why are you crying so hard?" Huh. Astria and Toka looked at Hinajiku in confusion. There were still 2 streaks of tears on her face. While sobbing, she pouted and said an answer that made people fall head first to the ground. I don't know. No. I don't know. Kotori said calmly. You don't even know why you're crying. Why are you crying so hard? Ugh. Ugh. Astria and Toka bit on a handkerchief. She wiped her cheeks and looked at Lulu in front of her. We don't know why, but we feel like crying when we see Lulu crying. Ah. Lulu nodded in agreement with tears on her face. The 3 girls looked at each other and burst into tears again. What? They hugged each other tightly. It felt like they would be best friends for life. Wu Yan, Fei Fei, and the other girls didn't know what to say. They could only shrug their shoulders dryly. Looking at the 3 girls who looked like they were going to cry for another half an hour, they didn't even have the energy to retort. I say. Hinajiku raised her hand tiredly. Are they going to keep crying? Don't say something like that. Kotori shuddered. She abruptly pushed Wu Yan, who had an awkward expression on his face, away. Don't just stand there, help me think of something. I don't want to stand here and watch them cry. Being pushed in a hurry, Wu Yan didn't have time to react and stumbled a couple of times. He almost fell into the arms of the 3 girls. He quickly steadied himself and used the momentum to get in front of the 3 girls. He smiled awkwardly. Shouldn't we stop? If this continues, it will be dark by the time we reach the behemoth forest. The 3 girls' cries quieted down a bit. They turned their teary faces towards Wu Yan. They looked at him like he's some kind of scum that's lost a lot of people. Wu Yan's scalp went numb. That's enough. Fei Fei couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up and pulled Lulu away from Astria and Toka. They're just going out for an adventure. They're not going to die. Don't you think it's bad luck if you cry like that? Fei Fei's words were obviously effective. Lulu shut her mouth. Her shoulders were still twitching, but she didn't dare to cry anymore. She was afraid that something bad might happen if she cries. Astria and Toka also pouted. She didn't dare to cry, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her cheeks. She looked like a typical crying cow, and everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw her crying. It's about time. Wu Yan looked up at the sky. He looked at Fei Fei and Lulu with a gentle smile. Well, I'm sure we'll meet again. You have to work hard, don't let us shake you off. Of course not. Lulu pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Fei Fei's lips also curled into a smile. I know you guys are improving at an alarming rate. I don't dare to say I can surpass you, but it won't be that easy to shake me off. Hearing this, everyone smiled. That's the real Fei Fei. Wu Yan praised. He scratched his cheek and walked up to Lulu. He hugged her. Lulu's eyes widened, and a strong masculine scent wafted from the tip of her nose, making her little face blush instantly. You're not young anymore. Don't give Fei Fei trouble. Wu Yan patted Lulu's head and smiled. Of course not. Lulu said the same thing, but this time, her tone was very soft. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He let go of Lulu and looked at Fei Fei. He opened his arms and smiled. Fei Fei, don't you want to give me a goodbye hug too? Fei Fei blushed. She pursed her lips and said helplessly. Despite her helpless words, Fei Fei hesitated for a bit before she walked up to Wu Yan with a blushing face. She hugged him lightly. Wu Yan giggled and the girls behind him curled their lips in annoyance. Then, Wu Yan let go of Fei Fei and stepped in front of the girls. See you next time. But Fei Fei and Lulu nodded. Just as Wu Yan was about to summon Fraxinus, a voice rang out and stopped him. Wait! Outside the villa area, a group of students in various uniforms surrounded a group of leaders with an extraordinary aura. In an instant, the entire villa was surrounded. What's going on? Fei Fei and Lulu were shocked. Wu Yan and the rest frowned. Behind him, some students are still rushing over, filling up the encirclement with people. The students surrounding the villa parted ways and a few leaders came out to stand in front of Wu Yan. They are the leaders of the 12 factions. Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer stood at the front. What are you guys doing? Fei Fei could not help but pull a long face. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and shrugged. Such a big fuss, could it be that they're here to send us off? Wu Yan. Jaffer was the first to step out. He stared at Wu Yan with a pair of bare eyes and spoke with a thunderous voice. I know you're planning to graduate and leave. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. That's why I want to challenge you. Jaffer yelled with a terrifying aura. I won't let you leave until you defeat me for real. What? Fei Fei and Lulu cried out in shock. The students around them also started a commotion. They didn't expect something like this to happen. Count me in as well. Ka walked up to Jaffer and he bitterly smiled at Wu Yan. He glanced at Ikaros who is standing behind him. Based on the outcome of today's battle, I will have to make some decisions. Kaya said as he stared at Wu Yan. Can you make me give up? Wu Yan got the gist of what these two are thinking. He looked at the two princes standing side by side and he closed his eyes. The surroundings were silent. What a bunch of stubborn fellows. Wu Yan sighed and looked up. But I accept. Chapter 8:17. Spalier World Academy, first floor of the Arena Tower. Normally, only the lowest-ranked students would be here. Today, however, it's filled with a sea of people. As far as the eye could see, the normal and elite students had practically filled the entire spacious floor. At the very front of the circle was a group of special students dressed in gold-trimmed white uniforms. All the students let out shouts, cheers, and clamors. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at the arena surrounded by them. They were like star chasers as they shouted crazily, causing the entire first floor of the Tower of Tournament to tremble with their loud voices. No, it's not just students. Above the walls of the first floor, there's a circle of buildings that look like observation towers. It's built specifically for the Academy's higher-ups to observe the students' performance in the arena tower. At this moment, there's a group of faint figures moving around in the observation towers. If you look closely, you'll see that it's also filled with people. Those figures are all the Academy's teachers and higher-ups. Even the teachers and higher-ups are here to watch the upcoming battle. It's easy to imagine how high the level of this battle is going to be. At the side of the central stage, Ka and Jaffer tapped the ground in front of everyone. Their bodies flashed and appeared on the stage. They turned their heads and looked down at Wu Yan, who's surrounded by girls. Their eyes are filled with battle intent. As the two went up on stage, the The students below the stage became even more fanatical. Cheers rose from all directions and the deafening screams almost instantly became one. Below the stage, Wu Yan couldn't help but wrinkle his nose when he saw the situation. He felt very helpless. He feels like he's been living under a lot of people's gazes lately. The girls next to him are all looking at Wu Yan. It's very obvious. They only care about what Wu Yan will do next. The people around them were completely ignored by them. Wu Yan calmed himself down and disappeared. He suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Kaya and Jaffer. Ka and Jaffer's pupils shrank. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not decrease but instead increased, but the expression on his face became more and more serious. When the audience below the stage saw Wu Yan coming to the stage, they immediately shouted excitedly. They craned their necks forward and opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss a second of the scene. The battle between the top students of the Spalier World Academy. There was no one who did not want to watch such a battle. Kaya was the leader of the 3 royal families in the academy and the prince of the Fea Empire. If nothing went wrong, the next emperor of the Fea Empire would be him. Jaffer was also the leader of the 3 royal families and the prince of the Berba Empire. He was also the next emperor of the Berba Empire. Both of them who had many identities were challenging a common man without any identity or background. Just this title alone was enough to arouse the interest of most people. Of course, most people came here to witness Wu Yan's true strength, including the academy's higher-ups. In just a few short months, Wu Yan's name became a legend in the Spalier World Academy. The strongest student in the academy less than half a year ago. Who could do it? Many of them saw Wu Yan and Jaffer's fight during the tournament, so they knew Wu Yan had the strength to rank among the top few students. However, it didn't take long for Wu Yan to become number 1 on the ranking board. He became one of the strongest students. At that time, the strongest student was Astria. When Wu Yan and Astria fought, only the higher-ups of the academy were there as witnesses. Outsiders didn't even know that the fight took place. Thus, they didn't know how Wu Yan got the title of strongest student. Plus, Astria is Wu Yan's confidant. If it wasn't for the fact that the changes in the rankings are approved by the referees of the academy, they would have suspected Wu Yan of using some sort of method to cheat. Now that Wu Yan is fighting against Kaya and Jaffer, it's a chance for everyone to see Wu Yan's true strength. Looking at the crowd below the stage, Wu Yan couldn't help but shake his head. Isn't this commotion a bit too big? On the other hand, Kaya and Jaffer didn't share the same sentiment as Wu Yan. They came here to cause a ruckus. I've always wanted to spar with you, but I never had the chance. Kaya narrowed his eyes. His lips curled into an eager smile. Today, I can finally make up for that regret. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. I hope you won't regret it later. Losing in front of so many people will damage your reputation. Reputation? Kaya smiled bitterly. Your reputation is much greater than mine. It'll damage your reputation if you lose. After saying that, Kaya turned to Jaffer. I'll go first? No. Jaffer puffed out his chest. I'll go first. Let me go first. It was rare for Kaya to show his aggressive side, contrary to his usual modesty. I have a personal grudge with him that needs to be resolved. Jaffer looked straight at Ka and said in a deep voice, I have a personal grudge with him. I want to fight him in his best condition, so I have to go first. So I'm here to take advantage of him? It won't matter anyway. You should go first. You're the one who should go first. It's you. You've already fought him once. That's 2 different things. Don't talk about it like that. Are you going to go first or not? No way. The crowd's voices gradually died down. The crowd was speechless. Kaya and Jaffer were bickering like children on the stage. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. They're fighting over the right to go first. Are they still the humble and polite Prince Kaya and the domineering Prince Jaffer? Ha! Hinajuku couldn't help but laugh. These 2 people are surprisingly cute. The girls nodded in unison. Even Fei Fei and Lulu had the same look in their eyes. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm either. It looks like the two of them are going to start a fight before fighting him. He rubbed his forehead and reached out his hand. Stop fighting. Let's fight together. The air froze. Kaya and Jaffer narrowed their eyes. Their gazes toward Wu Yen turned hostile. Wu Yen shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me like that. I'm not looking down on you. Wu Yen crossed his arms and sighed. I'm sure you know better than anyone else that you don't stand much of a chance against me in a one-on-one fight. I don't think you want to lose too soon, right? In order to achieve the fundamental purpose of this battle in your hearts, don't you think that joining hands is the best way? Kaya and Jaffer were stunned by Wu Yan's words. They fell silent. No matter how unwilling they are, they have to admit that it's the best way to go. The two looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. They turned to look at Wu Yen and said something in a low voice. Don't regret it? Regret? Wu Yen grinned. He grinned so hard his eyes squinted. He lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. Ding! A clear and melodious bell rang. A red magic formation spun out from under Wu Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Wu Yan's body. At the same time, a thick flame rose from the void. It slowly rose like a wall of fire. It covered the entire space behind Wu Yen. It floated there, emitting a terrifying heat and pressure. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a bright light. I hope you don't regret it. Chapter 8:18. Magic! Kaya and Jaffer cried out in surprise. They stared at Wu Yen, who was standing on top of the magic formation and bathed in the sea of fire. Gradually, they lost their composure. Impossible! Many people stared at Wu Yen in disbelief. When they confirmed that Wu Yen was emitting waves of magic, they were dumbfounded. Even the higher-ups on the observation deck couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. There was a very basic law of cultivation in the Spalier world. Even ordinary people who didn't cultivate knew about it. Once a person cultivates Do Qi, then they will never be able to cultivate mana for the rest of their life. Conversely, a person who cultivates mana will never be able to cultivate Do Qi. In other words, in a person's body, there is no way to accommodate two types of energy at the same time. But now, what did they see? They saw that Wu Yen, who had always been fighting like a warrior, was now using magic. There were clear waves of magic on his body. How was this possible? Countless people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. From what they knew, Wu Yen had always fought like a warrior. Lightning was a special effect of aura and fire was a special ability of armament. He had always been a warrior. With such preconceived notions, they couldn't accept the fact that Wu Yen is using magic. Wu Yen had once defeated Jaffer, who was at the peak of the 7th rank. Although this was shocking, it wasn't to the point of being horrifying. Challenging someone of a higher rank was difficult, but it wasn't impossible either. Cultivating both aura and mana at the same time was something that was publicly acknowledged to be absolutely impossible. Could it be? The most basic law of cultivation in the Spalier world was about to be broken? When they realized this, everyone felt dizzy. Their worldview was severely damaged. Seeing this, Wu Yen shook his head. He pursed his lips at the two dumbfounded people in front of him. His voice traveled to the silent crowd. Don't be so surprised. He just used some dirty tricks. Wu Yen could only explain. Otherwise, he would have a headache later. Dirty tricks? Everyone reacted one after another. They tilted their heads in confusion as if they were trying to figure out what the so-called shameful means was. That's why it was so effective. Kaya and Jaffer took a deep breath and they accepted it. Wu Yan's methods are strange to begin with. It wouldn't be a surprise if he had one or two more. As long as he doesn't break the law of Duqi and mana, it's fine as long as he doesn't break the law. Now, the most important thing. How should they deal with this battle? Kaya glanced at Jaffer. Jaffer seemed to have sensed something and nodded. Kaya tapped his feet and leaped back to stand not far behind Jaffer. As if their minds were connected, the two ignited their aura and mana at the same time. Ferocious mana and aura surged from Kaya and Jaffer as they sensed the energy flowing out of their bodies. The two of them were caught off guard by Wu Yan's use of magic. They slowly calmed down. The next moment, the howling of the wind and the roar of a beast came from the two of them. A green magic formation appeared beneath Kaya's feet. Then, a whirlwind descended from the sky. The whirlwind enveloped his body, causing his robes to flutter. It formed two tornadoes that circled around him. The ground cracked inch by inch. With a flip of his hand, a golden staff with a green crystal ball at the tip appeared in his hand. On the other side, Jafar silently took out his armament. It was a pair of sharp claws. Jafar put it on and flexed his claws. Clang, clang. Following a bestial roar, the image of a beast appeared behind Jafar. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. The moment they made their move, the two of them brought out all of their abilities. Kaya and Jafar's aura surged. They didn't dare hold back at all. If they held back, they would lose for sure. Jafar. Wu Yan smiled wickedly. His wine-red eyes shone with a deadly red light. Let's begin. As soon as he spoke, boom, the extremely condensed sea of fire suddenly trembled and completely erupted. It was like the sky had collapsed. The huge sea of fire was like a huge palm. It fiercely fell down and slapped towards the two figures on the opposite side. The sea of flames that descended from the sky almost covered the entire arena. Looking at this scene, Kaya and Jafar's expressions became extremely grave. In the back, Kaya stared at the curtain of fire and took a deep breath. Then, with a sudden roar, cyan mana surged out, wrapping around his body and flowing towards the staff in his hand. The armament in Kaya's hand was a rare armament, but with the support of a large amount of mana, its power was infinitely close to a gold armament. It suddenly flashed and its entire body shook. The crystal ball at the top actually emitted a woo-woo sound, as if it was calling for something. Then, a small tornado flew out from the staff's body. Boom! With a loud explosion, the small tornado suddenly expanded. Like a whirlpool, it quickly engulfed Ka and Jafar's figures. The sea of fire smashed towards the two motionless people and collided with the tornado that enveloped them. Just as the sea of fire collided with the tornado rotated and a powerful storm erupted, blasting towards the sea of fire that was releasing a blazing temperature. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire was blown away in an instant, scattering into sparks that filled the sky. On the other side, Wu Yan was startled. It's here. Below the stage, Feifei's eyes narrowed. Prince Kaya's signature spell, Wind of Disintegration. It can dissolve all energy attacks. Only the direct descendants of the Feiya imperial family can learn this legacy spell. Kaya smiled at the surprised Wu Yan. Don't be surprised. Jafar has a beast battle technique. If I don't have a trump card, how can I surpass him in the rankings? With a wave of his magic staff, the violent winds that filled the sky twisted strangely and intertwined with each other, forming a cyan energy. Then, with another spin, it condensed into a cyan spear that shone with a cold light and was wrapped in a whirlwind. And it can be used like this. Kaya's smile disappeared and he shook his staff. A green wind spear shot out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a sharp gust of wind. The sparks in its path dissipated like they didn't exist in the first place. Then, the wind spear shot towards Wu Yan like it didn't exist in the first place. Wu Yan also realized what was going on. His eyes narrowed. If it was as Feifei said, that wind of disintegration could dissolve all energy attacks, then he couldn't use magic to block it. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung it forward. Instantly, the air in front of him was compressed into an invisible air cannon. It covered Wu Yan's fist and collided with the green spear of wind. Boom! There was a deep explosion. Shockwaves spread rapidly, causing space to tremble slightly. Jafar lifted his head. His body trembled slightly, and he flew toward Wu Yan. He clenched his fists, and the shadow beast behind him roared. A terrifying wave of battle aura flashed on his claws, and he swiped at Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan, who was in a stalemate with the wind spear, cursed when he saw Jafar charging toward him. He stomped his foot, and a magic formation appeared beneath him. Then, 3 stone snakes as thick as an arm shot out from the ground. They opened their mouths and lunged at Jafar's face. The rock snake instantly shot forward and arrived in front of Sa'Fe. Sa'Fe's expression became a little grave when he sensed the sinister cold glint in the former's mouth. However, he did not choose to withdraw. Instead, he slowly extended his sharp claws and roared at the rock snake that was shooting over. Chapter 8:19. Bang! Jafar clenched his claws and an invisible fluctuation of chi spread out. The beast shadow behind Jafar roared and extended its claws, clenching down with a loud bang. In the space where the beast shadow clenched its claw shadow, an exceedingly terrifying force acted on the atmosphere, causing the surrounding airflow to be compressed into a ball. Several rock snakes that just happened to pass by were crushed by the compression of the atmosphere, dispersing into powder all over the ground. After crushing the stone snakes with one strike, Jafar quickly glanced at another stone snake that was about to dash past him and attack Kaya. With a flick of his claws, the stone snake was instantly shattered by a gust of wind formed by chi. Jafar tapped the ground and his thick body nimbly appeared in front of Wu Yen like a ghost. His sharp claws drew a crescent arc in the air and viciously clawed at Wu Yan's chest. Chi wrapped around Jafar's sharp claws. The beast shadow behind Jafar also extended its claws and overlapped with Jafar's claws. Blood Hunt Beast King Claw. The huge beast claw clearly enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Seeing this sharp claw, Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have returned to the day of the Academy tournament, when he faced Jafar's claw. At that time, he was only at the peak of the 7th step while Jafar was at the 8th step. When Jafar used a battle technique, he went all out and clashed head-on. In the end, he relied on the sharpness of the lightning fist to receive Jafar's attack. But now, Wu Yan closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. A surge of mana burst out of his body, carrying a magic array. Wu Yan's body flashed. In front of him, a circular energy shield that was as viscous as blood rose up in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the Blood Hunt Beast King Claw ruthlessly smashed into the energy barrier. A muffled explosion sounded, and the energy barrier rippled rapidly. It was forced into an arc by Jafar's terrifying battle technique and kept getting closer to Wu Yan's face. Once the energy barrier broke, the Blood Hunt Beast King Claw would land on Wu Yan's face without any distance. However, when the claw was only a few centimeters away from Wu Yan's face, the energy barrier fiercely rebounded with a bang. The rebounding force directly affected Jafar. Jafar grunted and clenched his teeth. Borrowing the rebounding force, his body flashed to the side of Wu Yan. His arms quickly shook, and a series of claw shadows appeared. The claw shadows carried countless chi winds and smashed into Wu Yan's energy barrier. Clang! 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 The claw shadows slammed into the dark, blood-red energy barrier. A series of crisp clangs that resembled the clashing of weapons immediately rang out. The energy barrier's defensive capabilities were extremely high. It merely trembled a little under Jafar's storm-like attacks, but it did not shatter. Back then, Wu Yan had to use all his strength to withstand the attack, but now, it was as easy as lifting a hand. He casually received dozens of attacks. Clang! Another Blood Hunt Beast King Claw smashed into the energy barrier. The energy barrier finally reached its limit and completely burst open. Even so, Wu Yan is still satisfied. A magic barrier that he casually set up has this level of defensive power. It's enough to let Wu Yan understand the power of the spells in the 103,000 grimoires. It was absolutely worth it to exchange almost all his ability points for it. Haha! Wu Yan laughed loudly. A surge of dense magic power burst out of his body, and Jafar was forced to take a few steps back. Before he could react, Jafar's heart skipped a beat when he heard a crisp, ding sound. In the sky, a violent wind suddenly blew, as if a natural disaster was swirling around. Jafar abruptly raised his head and looked up. Then, his expression changed. Not far above his head, a 2-meter-wide fireball was floating. It was pitch black like the sun during an eclipse. When Jafar raised his head, the fireball came crashing down on him. Don't even think about it. Just as the black fireball came crashing down, a loud shout rang out. Then, a sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. A pale golden storm shot into the sky and collided heavily with the fireball. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded across the sky, causing the entire arena tower to tremble rapidly. Many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Some sparks even scattered into the crowd, causing the unlucky students to cry out in pain. Even their clothes caught fire, causing them to be in a mess. Wu Yan was taken aback. He turned to look at Ka, who was panting heavily behind him. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He almost forgot that Ka had a move called Wind of Dissolution that could neutralize energy attacks. Bloodhunt Beast King Claw. Suddenly, another loud shout rang out. A faint figure flashed above Wu Yan's head. The claw in his hand trembled as blood-red do qi rapidly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the entire claw was enveloped in do qi. Jaffer roared and poured all of his fighting aura into the claw. The beast's shadow behind him seemed to have solidified. It reached out with both claws and covered Jaffer's armaments. Jaffer's claw slashed out and merged with the two beast claws. They turned into a black claw that shot down like a bolt of lightning. Even if Wu Yan sensed this lightning-fast attack in time, the terrifying claw was already upon him. He took a deep breath and his body trembled. Magic energy once again flashed on Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan muttered a few unknown words that sounded like an incantation. A black miasma emerged from under his feet. It split into two black fog and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Chi! The blood-colored claw shadow appeared to have torn something apart as it instantly penetrated the black fog. The frightening do qi ripple contained within it caused the black fog to fluctuate intensely. However, the claw shadow that penetrated the black fog appeared to have fallen into a quagmire when it entered the black fog. It suddenly became sluggish. Jaffer's expression changed. Whoosh! As Jaffer's expression changed, the sound of wind breaking came from the black fog. Before Jaffer could react, a corner of the black fog wriggled and turned into a black stream of light. It suddenly shot out and slammed into Jaffer. Poochie! The black mist hit Jaffer's body like a heavy hammer. Jaffer spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell down in an instant. Jaffer! Kaya's expression changed. Cyan mana surged as he raised his staff. Countless arrows condensed from wind appeared behind him, and with a wave of Kaya's hand, they rapidly pierced forward. The fierce wind arrows pierced through the black fog, turning it into a beehive. However, there was nothing within the black fog. All the pores on Kaya's body tightened. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. He stomped on the ground. A gentle wind wrapped around Kaya's body, carrying him as he gently floated backwards. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Kaya as if it had teleported, under the shocked gazes of the audience below the stage. Ka's hair stood on end. Behind Ka, Wu Yan smiled faintly and reached out a hand to grab Ka's neck. Wind net. At this critical moment, Ka displayed extraordinary combat experience and mental fortitude. He suppressed the trembling in his heart and waved his staff. The magic energy around him rapidly fluctuated and formed wind blades. They quickly condensed into a large net of wind blades, protecting Ka within. However, Wu Yan's hand didn't pause in the slightest in the face of this net of wind blades. He directly reached for Ka. Magic energy surged in his hand and a black flame ignited. The sharp wind blades hit the burning arm but didn't cause any damage. Instead, they burned into nothingness like paper. Wu Yan's hand passed through the net of wind blades and rested on Ka's neck. The entire arena was silent. Chapter 8:20. Under the speechless gazes of the audience, the black flames on Wu Yan's arms slowly dissipated, leaving only a small hand on Kaya's neck. But no one dared to underestimate this hand. Everyone here knows that other than magic, Wu Yan is also good at close combat. Feeling the warmth and coldness of the hand on his neck, Kaya's expression rapidly changed. He tightened his grip on the magic staff in his hand. In the end, he lowered his hand. Kaya smiled. His smile was rather bleak and dispirited. Jafar, who was struggling to get up, stared blankly at this scene. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Then, as if he had completely given up, he let his body fall heavily to the ground and didn't get up again. We lost. Ka and Jafar didn't know how to describe their current feelings. Were they unwilling? However, he had clearly used all his strength to fight, and the other party had also defeated him fair and square. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Were they sincerely convinced? But where did this unbearable pain in his heart come from? Where did it come from? Should they fight again? When they thought of this, the two of them laughed bitterly. They already gave it their all, but Wu Yan didn't even use his best fighting technique. He didn't even use his armament. It's obvious that he didn't even use his full strength. In a situation where they did not use their full strength, the two of them together could not even cause a trace of injury to him. What was the use of continuing to fight? Finally, please tell me, Ka raised his head. His dim eyes stared at the figure in front of him. How did you suddenly appear behind me? Wu Yan paused. He smiled. Why do you ask? Can't I use pure speed to suppress you? That's impossible. Ka shook his head. I placed a spell around me. I controlled the wind to fall into my senses. If you charged at me, no matter how fast you were, I would have sensed you once you entered the range of my wind. But just now, in my wind, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's like you appeared out of thin air. Ka stared at Wu Yan. Can you tell me how you did it? Using the wind to sense. Wu Yan blinked and sighed. As expected of a magician who specializes in the wind element, Ka didn't say anything. He just stared at Wu Yan, waiting for his answer. He wouldn't admit defeat if he didn't know what happened. Wu Yan helplessly opened his mouth. All I did was use a space restriction magic. Spatial manipulation, magic? Wu Yan nodded. It's a spell that manipulates space. I used such a spell to teleport behind you. I moved behind you. Basically, it's just as you said. I appeared out of thin air. Spatial manipulation magic. Kaya's expression was somewhat dazed. Let alone Kaya, everyone else's expressions weren't any better. A spell that manipulates space. Doesn't that mean Wu Yan has mastered the art of teleportation? Teleportation, everyone looked at each other, and they could see the shock in the eyes of those who looked at them. There are many spells in the Spalier world. If you count them carefully, you won't be able to count them all in a year. There were also spells with special effects and wonderful effects. However, a spell that manipulates space is unheard of in the Spalier world. Could it be a spell that Wu Yan created himself? With such a terrifying thought popping up in their minds, no one could remain calm. This Wu Yan, who the hell is he? Staring blankly at the smiling Wu Yan, Kaya gulped. The last bit of unwillingness in his heart dissipated like smoke in a puff of smoke. The only thing left in his heart was a suffocating bitterness. A spell that manipulates space. To lose to such a mystical spell, it's no wonder. Ka smiled sadly. I've lost, Wu Yan grinned. He let go of Ka's neck and he turned towards Jafar. Jafar snorted. He turned his head away, but he still opened his mouth to say something. I've lost. Wu Yan laughed and shook his head when he saw Jafar's reluctant look. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. With that, Kaya and Jafar finally admitted defeat. The students around them reacted and shouted in unison. Wu Yan, Wu Yan, Wu Yan, Wu Yan. Era. Below the stage, Kurumi covered her mouth with her hand and smiled seductively. How Sama's popularity has increased again, that guy. Hinajuku smiled, but her eyes were gentle. He's still as low-key as ever, well? Kotori nibbled on the pearl in her hand and grinned. As the end of the curtains, it can be considered a good ending. Bet. Astria, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Lulu cheered along with the crowd. Even the most cowardly Yoshino raised her hands with an excited smile. Fei scanned the first floor of the arena tower. She looked at the excited crowd around her before she turned to Wu Yan. Her eyes rippled with emotions. In the end, you left behind a legend. Ka helped Jafar up and slowly walked down the stage. When he passed by Wu Yan, He glanced at Ikaros, who didn't look away from Wu Yen. He clenched his teeth and felt pain in his heart. I hope you can give her happiness. Wu Yen flinched for a second before he smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Me, her, and the rest of them can't leave one another. Ka looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. He closed his eyes and walked down the stage. When he was about to leave the arena, Wu Yan's voice rang in his ears. Let's fight again if there's a chance. I will be waiting for you at the front. Ka stopped abruptly. Jafar also raised his head. The two looked at each other and smiled. They walked out of the arena under the protection of the two royals. Both of them raised their hands to signal something to Wu Yen. Wu Yen stretched his back and grinned contentedly. Perfect endings and whatnot really make people feel good. Wu Yen walked down the stage, but he quickly stopped in his tracks. When are you coming back? A cold voice rang out. Wu Yen could easily guess the owner's current expression from the voice. He couldn't help but smile and turned around. What's wrong? Could it be that your highness misses me? Sylph was silent for a moment. She nodded to Wu Yan's surprise. You are my fiancé. It's just one sentence, but it's surprisingly powerful. Wu Yen bitterly laughed. I don't think there's a chance for me to come back. However, it shouldn't be hard for you to track my whereabouts. If you miss me, come find me. Sylph glanced at Wu Yen and nodded calmly. It's a deal then. After that, Sylph turned around and left without looking back. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He felt helpless. He really didn't know which part of this ice princess's words was true and which part was false. It felt more like she was joking with him. Are you ready? Outside the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yen looked at the girls. When they nodded, he waved his hand and summoned Fraxinus. Take care. Fei Fei shouted as she looked at the huge airship. You must miss me. Lulu waved her hands. She didn't cry this time. Her expression was firm. She seemed to have matured a lot after this parting. They stood in the command center of Fraxinus and looked at the Spalier World Academy on the screen. They memorized its appearance. The airship slowly flew into the distance. Chapter 821. Behemoth Forest. The current Behemoth Forest is very different from before. It's not that its shape has changed or the terrain has changed. It's just that no one dared to treat the Behemoth Forest as a hunting ground anymore. The incident with the Behemoth King has come to an end. There have been no more demonic beast attacks. However, the Behemoth King is still alive. He was injured by Yukari and is currently hiding in a corner, licking his wounds. Once he recovers, another wave of demonic beast attacks will come. No one knows where the Behemoth King is hiding, but one thing is for sure, he is still in the Behemoth Forest. Even though they know the Behemoth King is in the Behemoth Forest, no one knows what to do. Search? The Behemoth Forest is larger than a single empire. Add to that the complex terrain and tens of thousands of demonic beasts, who would dare to search for the Behemoth King? What about a secret search? It's not that it's impossible, but the number of people needed to search for the Behemoth King is limited. It's going to take a lot of luck to find the Behemoth King. What was certain was that the giant beasts forest wasn't suitable for other people to go in and hunt. After the Behemoth King went into hiding, the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Fea Empire set up a camp between their supply towns and the Behemoth Forest. With the combined strength of the three great clans, they set up a powerful garrison. The three camps have a mission. Other than preventing demonic beast attacks from happening again, they also have to monitor the Behemoth Forest, search for the Behemoth King's tracks, hunt demonic beasts for the Empire's needs, and so on. They also have to guard the path to the Behemoth Forest and prevent outsiders from entering. Because of this, the Spalier world is facing a serious challenge. The Behemoth Forest is a natural treasure trove. Humans can't live without the resources inside. Now that the resources are under control, it's easy to imagine how big of an impact it will bring. Fortunately, the camp had also been organized, allowing some teams to enter the Behemoth Forest every day to hunt and provide resources. Otherwise, the entire Spalier world would be in chaos. However, it was undeniable that hunting in the behemoth forest was no longer as easy as it used to be. The responsibilities of the three camps within the borders of the three empires were extremely heavy. Before the Beast King was taken care of, the three camps had to continue to exist in order to ensure the normal operation of the Spalier world. Therefore, the moment the three camps were established, they instantly became second only to the three great clans in the various empires, or even above them. With status, naturally, power was indispensable, and with power, disputes were inevitable. The various forces seemed to have realized the great significance of the camp and realized its importance. Although they didn't know how long this camp could exist, they would definitely bring a lot of benefits if they had a stable position here. In addition, the camp was the base that controlled all the resources that flowed out of the behemoth forest. The benefits were unimaginable. Every faction started to get restless. For the sake of fighting for benefits, the people who belonged to the various factions and were stationed here gradually began to have conflicts. Right now, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others were also in conflict. They were caught in a conflict. In the center of the camp, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were standing in front of a group of Misaka sisters. However, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. In front of them, there was a large team led by three middle-aged men. In terms of numbers, this team was no less than the 20,000 Misaka sisters. In terms of strength, the Misaka sisters were all at the pinnacle of Tier 6. On the other hand, the other party's strength was uneven. There were Tier 5, Tier 6, and of course, Tier 7. The three middle-aged men in the lead were even Tier 8. There were many other people surrounding the two opposing teams. They were all sent by other factions to guard the camp. Mikoto's team should have come out by now. They were from the three great families of Ailu Empire, the Lori family, the Saito family, and the Ladine family. Perhaps Shokuho Misaki was annoyed by this, so she ran her fingers through her long hair. Her elegant posture made many young men widen their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of possessiveness. "What do you want?" Shokuho Misaki glanced at the three middle-aged men. Blocking people in the middle of the road, is this how the three great families treat outsiders? You know very well what we want, there's no need to show off. Towards Shokuho Misaki's graceful posture, the three middle-aged men were stunned for a moment, but they weren't as bad as the young men. One of them stepped forward and sneered coldly at Shokuho Misaki. "There are some things that we should be clear about so that we can get along in the future." "Get along?" Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Are you all standing in front of us in such a manner because you want to get along with us? Shokuho-sen, you should know that we have no other choice." The one who spoke was another middle-aged man. He looked the most weathered out of the three. He sighed and said helplessly to Shokuho Misaki, "Your Misaka Legion is one of the strongest in the entire camp, but you guys refuse to listen to our orders. This is making things difficult for us. Why do we have to obey your orders?" Mikoto clenched her fists, her brown eyes were filled with hostility. "We are not from the Empire nor do we belong to any family. We have no obligation to listen to your orders." Mikoto said loudly, "Since you are here, you have to listen to our orders." The man with the gloomy face shouted back, "Our camp is responsible for maintaining the operations of the entire world. Our responsibilities are heavy. Everyone here is working for the Empire's benefit. You are the only ones who act alone. Not only do you not listen to our orders, you don't even hand over the resources you hunt. You are blaspheming this sacred camp." That's right. This is the beginning of the conflict. Due to the importance of this camp, many families have extended their hands into this territory in an attempt to gain some benefits. Among them, the most important ones are the members of the three great families. The resources obtained from the behemoth forest are used to maintain the Empire's operations, but there are still some left over. Who wouldn't want to gain more? With this thought in mind, the hunting teams that entered the giant beast's forest would exceed their quota every day. Moreover, they would swallow the extra resources and transport them back to their families. In addition, there would also be some leftover resources that would be handed over to the giant beast's forest. These leftover resources would become a delicious cake that countless people would want to take a bite out of. The three great clans were the strongest in Ailu Empire. Naturally, they got the most share of the spoils. But now, there is a large hunting party that is comparable to the three great families hunting in the behemoth forest every day. Not only did they get more resources than any other family, but because they aren't affiliated with the empire, they have no obligation to hand over the loot. They can take it all for themselves. Who wouldn't want such a delicious piece of meat? Thus, the three great families joined forces and came here. They wanted to use the empire as pawns to force Mikoto and Shokuhun Misaki to submit. Chapter 8:22. As the saying goes, a person's jealousy is a scary thing. She had to work herself to death and fight every day to earn resources that she had to hand over to the empire to support the empire's operations. Yet, other people were allowed to keep her gains for themselves. This unfair treatment caused the onlookers to look at Mikoto, Shokuhun Misaki, and the others with unkind eyes. Just a second ago, they were mesmerized by Mikoto's beauty, but now, because of their jealousy, they forgot that she was just a weak and delicate woman and started to hate her. One has to admit that the dark side of human nature is extremely ugly. Shokuhun Misaki's ability is psychological control. Her ability is able to control both the mind and the mind. In the Spalier world, due to the difference in level, she can only affect people of the same level. However, Shokuhun Misaki is already a Tier 8 combatant. There are not many people who are stronger than her. Shokuhun Misaki could clearly feel the negative emotions from the crowd. Her beautiful lips curled upwards. She looked beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could see the disdain in her eyes. "You bastard!" Mikoto's bangs slowly floated upwards, as traces of blue and white electricity flowed through them. Amidst the crackling sounds, a formless aura burst forth from Mikoto's petite frame. That was the expression of Mikoto's wrath. "What? You want to use your strength to speak?" The gloomy man laughed coldly. Do-chi surged out from his body and clashed with Mikoto's aura in an instant. The two auras clashed and they were actually evenly matched. Mikoto had already reached the peak of Tier 8. She was just one step away from reaching Tier 9. Under such circumstances, even though the gloomy man's aura was on par with Mikoto's, it was clear that his true strength was not much weaker than Mikoto's. In order to play the role of the leader in this important camp, the three leaders of the Spalier world had to be careful. The leaders of the three major clans were only second to the leaders of their respective clans. In terms of strength, they were on par with the leaders of the three major clans. Forget about the gloomy man, even the weathered man who had been silent the whole time. The blonde man with the same color hair as Shokuhun Misaki was also a peak Tier 8 fighter. On Mikoto's side, she was the only one who was at the peak of Type 8. Shokuhun Misaki, Kinuhara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were still quite a distance away from that. Even with the support of 20,000 Misaka sisters, they were still slightly weaker. Of course, this was only in terms of strength. Shokuhun Misaki had never needed to resort to violence. Era, Misaka-san, don't get angry. Shokuhun Misaki. I've been waiting for you to get angry. Marcus, retract your do-chi as well. The blond man, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and coldly glanced at the gloomy man he called Marcus. I didn't come here to watch you fight. Marcus snorted coldly and glanced at the blond man with a mocking look. Pelosi, I know your Lori family has a good relationship with them, but let me warn you first. You don't want to be the bad guy. Stand aside obediently. No one will blame you for not interfering, but if you want to protect them, you'll have to ask the brothers around you if they're willing. Pelosi said. Pelosi's eyes flashed with anger. This Marcus is using a chicken feather as a token of authority and he's getting addicted to it? Oh, you're saying our Lori family wants to protect them because we have a good relationship with them? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for them because your Saito family has a bad relationship with them? Pelosi laughed. I know that your Saito family's patriarch, who is your elder brother, ordered us to suppress this group of bastards who humiliated his 2 sons and your nephews. Oh no, I almost forgot. Pelosi seemed to have recalled something as he said with a mocking expression in a sudden realization. That second young Master Bing Mian, it seems like he almost died under his own ice do chi. Pelosi, Marcus roared in anger. The Saito family's ice combat chi erupted from his body. It was even stronger than when he confronted Mikoto. Pelosi didn't say anything about it. He just looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a clown. Stop! The weathered man hurriedly stepped forward, only to be glared at by Marcus, who was burning with rage. What? Andrew, is your Ladine family going to side with him? Hearing Marcus's angry shout, Andrew frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Marcus's actions. Internal strife? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Don't forget what we're here for. Pelosi and Marcus were both startled. They then looked at each other, narrowed their eyes, and turned their heads away. However, Marcus still restrained his chi. It seemed that he had taken Andrew's words to heart. Pelosi looked at Mikoto and the others. He hesitated for a moment but decided to stand up. Miss Shokuho, as you know, with the current situation of the camp, a lot of people are dissatisfied with you. There are also a lot of people who want to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Pelosi intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the angry crowd and smiled bitterly. Everyone is unhappy with the fact that you don't hand over your resources. So, don't you think it's a good idea to fulfill your obligations once in a while? Shokuho Misaki tilted her head and shook her head. Mr. Pelosi, may I ask what the obligations of the camp are? Pelosi paused. Shokuho Misaki looked around and continued. This camp was built to prevent the demonic beasts from coming out of the behemoth forest and to search for the demonic beast king. This is the real obligation. Hunting demonic beasts and obtaining resources is just a side benefit. Shokuho Misaki's lips curled into a smile. She slowly walked in front of Marcus. Marcus looked at her coldly. Indeed, everyone in this camp hunts demonic beasts in the behemoth forest every day. They exchange their lives for resources and hand it over to the Empire to maintain the Empire's normal operations. I admire your sense of responsibility. Shokuho Misaki looked at Marcus with a half-smile. But since Mr. Marcus says we have blasphemed this sacred encampment, then Mr. Marcus, can you say that everything you've done is for the sake of the Ailu Empire? Marcus' pupils constricted and he sneered. Of course I. Mr. Marcus, please don't speak too quickly. Shokuho Misaki interrupted Marcus with a smile, but her eyes flashed with a cold glint. I will do as you say. Don't forget, my ability is to control people's minds. Shokuho Misaki rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile. Although I can't control the few of you, I believe that the people around you who work for you shouldn't be able to resist my ability. I think, in that kind of situation, they would be very willing to publicize your usual actions to everyone. When the time comes, it will be time for the world to evaluate your obligations. The expressions of Pelosi, Marcus, and Andrew changed on the spot. Shokuho Misaki glanced at them, turned around and walked to Mikoto's side. Gentlemen, we all have our own goals. We are not in charge of you, so it's best if you don't stick your nose in our business. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer. Shokuho Misaki smiled. Definitely not us. Chapter 823. Damn it. I'm so pissed off. Kinuhata Sai kicked a rock aside and glared at Shokuho Misaki. I say, why don't you just let me take care of that guy? But don't you dare do anything stupid. Frenda was shocked. That guy is a tier 8 pinnacle, you won't be able to win if you fight him. Who says I can't kill him just because my level is lower than his? Kinuhata Sai retorted. It's not like I haven't killed someone stronger than me when I was in the Black Ops. If I can't kill him in a direct confrontation, I'll just super assassinate him. Frenda couldn't stay calm anymore. She clutched her beret nervously. You're not really planning to do that, right? All right. Mikoto sighed. That guy is annoying, but it's not to the point where I have to kill him, huh? Kinhidasai looked at Mikoto in disbelief and sighed as well. You're still as kind as ever. This has nothing to do with being kind or not, right? That's not it. Most people would only want to kill that guy if they saw him. Would a normal person directly kill the person they hate? Of course, I'm super good at it. Yeah. Seeing Mikoto and Kinuhidasai quarreling for no reason, Frenda felt like she was looking at two kids who never grew up. She completely forgot that she was the one with the smallest stature in the room. She then turned to Shokuho Misaki. Luckily Shokuho was here, otherwise we would have to fight them. I made the right decision when I asked you to stay. Well, in a base like this, it's only a matter of time before something like this happens. Shokuho Misaki tucked her hair behind her ear. She narrowed her eyes. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Mikoto and Kinuhidasai eyes seemed to be tired of arguing. They glared at each other and turned their heads away. Mikoto happened to be on Shokuho Misaki's side. Hearing this, she put one hand on her waist. We should have completely fallen out with them now, right? I don't think so. Kinuhidasai extended her hand. He clenched his fist, and on top of it, there was a mass of air that was invisible to the naked eye that was constantly compressing and rotating. At least with Shokuho here, those guys won't be able to do anything to us, although I'm not afraid, they won't give up. Shokuho Misaki said calmly, as long as we are here, they will not give up. After all, the Misaka sisters are very efficient at hunting. They won't let go of the chance to get their hands on these 20,000 men. Shokuho Misaki was smart enough to know that Marcus's real target wasn't the loot in their hands, but the entire Misaka sisters squad. Even though they had accumulated quite a lot of resources during this period of hunting, it was only a small amount. What Marcus and the rest really wanted was a Misaka army that did not have to carry out their so-called obligations and could hunt efficiently. Otherwise, Marcus's first sentence after blocking them in the open space wouldn't be to ask them to submit their resources. From this point of view, Pelosi from the Lori family gave them a good way out. He didn't let them follow his orders. Instead, he let them carry out their duties. It seems like he cared about the relationship between them and the Lori family. Then what should we do next? Mikoto said irritatedly, the longer we don't submit our resources, the more dissatisfied the people in the base will be with us. I'm afraid we'll get into a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course there will be trouble. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and said bitterly, it's because we've been hunting monsters for that bastard. Those resources should be able to give him a lot of points. Mikoto, Kinuhidasai, and Frenda stopped in their tracks. Even Takitsubo Riku, who looked like she was about to fall asleep, lifted her head. Obviously, the bastard that Shokuho Misaki mentioned just now was the one she was talking about. Their mental state was shaken. The footsteps of the five girls were no longer as normal as before. Instead, they were somewhat slow. Although the expression on their faces was still as thoughtful as before, this time, they were no longer thinking about the matters in the camp. Instead, they were thinking about the detestable fellow they spoke of. Hey, that bastard seems to have returned. Mikoto pretended to be nonchalant and asked casually. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but snicker. Misaka-san, you should know better than I do, right? Every time I talk to Chuju and the others, they always ask about you. But I was just doing it in passing. Mikoto's voice got softer and softer as her face got redder and redder, attracting the giggling gazes of Kinuhidasai and Frenda. Just like that bastard said, Misaka-san is a tsundere. And now he's tsundere. He's tsundere. Don't talk about tsundere all the time. Mikoto yelled in exasperation. I'm not tsundere. Takitsubo Riku glanced at the three girls and gave up on asking. She walked up to Shokuho Misaki and asked in a soft voice, is he in the academy now? Shokuho Misaki shook her head helplessly and looked up at the sky. 2 days ago, when I contacted Hinajiku, I heard that he seemed to have obtained a new ability and is currently cultivating it. He should be almost done with it by now. The next time I contact him, I should be able to see his face through the crystal ball. Mikoto and the other girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't help but smile. Shoko Misaki calmly ran her fingers through her hair. This is a good opportunity to hear from him about the princess fiancé incident. The air instantly froze, and the temperatures suddenly dropped. The expressions of the girls also turned cold. The Misaka girl who was closest to the girls raised her head and said, "According to Misaka's observation, Oni-sama seems to have cheated on her again." Misaka 10032 came to the conclusion. Oni-sama is a heartless man. Misaka 10031 came to the conclusion as well. Misaka 9982 seconded. Misaka 10777 seconded. Misaka 19090 seconded. In the end, all of the Misaka sisters agreed to the proposal. Hearing the girls whispering behind them, Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, it didn't take long before Mikoto and Takitsubo Riku's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The laughter on their faces slowly turned into surprise. This feeling is... Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity. Takitsubo Riku's pupils constricted and she started trembling. What's wrong? Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda surrounded the two girls. Did something happen? Well, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Mikoto couldn't stop smiling. Before Shokuha Misaki and the others could ask, she raised her head and looked at the sky. It's here. Almost at the same time as Mikoto's words, a gigantic airship slowly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a whistling whirlwind. It stopped right above the girls. Fraxinus. Shokuha Misaki's expression changed drastically, then a helpless smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect it to come without a word. That guy is here. Kinohita Sai and Frenda exclaimed and they started laughing excitedly. Chapter 824. Looking at the figures appearing in the teleportation light, Mikoto and the rest could not help but feel excited. Even Shokuha Misaki had a look of joy in her eyes. From the time Wu Yen brought Chuju and the others out of the behemoth forest to when Yukari returned to Gensokyo, to when Wu Yen completed the compulsory mission, it was about 2 weeks in the Spalier world. That's about 10 days. Although they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, Mikoto and the others felt as if a long time had passed. Even though they kept in touch with each other every day, they were still excited to see each other in person. Especially the figure standing at the head of the table, it attracted the gazes of the 5 of them. They couldn't move their eyes away. If Mikoto and the others were like that, then why wouldn't Chuju and the others be like that as well? Frenda Nason. Flandre-chan was the first one to cheer. She threw herself at the petite figure whose name is only 1 character away from hers. She almost pushed Frenda to the ground. What? Don't jump into my arms. Frenda said that, but she still reached out and hugged Flandre-chan. Her blue eyes were filled with love and helplessness. She believed that no one would hate Flandre-chan, except for those who are afraid of her strength. Mikoto. Chuju. Shokuhane-san. Everyone. The girls hugged each other and enjoyed the joy of reunion even though they were just summoned. Kodori, Toka, and Yoshino, who didn't know each other for long, also did the same. The small space was filled with laughter. It seems that while Wu Yen wasn't around, they were separated from each other, but their relationship seemed to be developing well. Of course, there are exceptions. Toka-san, long time no see. Shokuha Misaki covered her mouth and smiled at Kurumi. Seeing that you're doing well, Shokuho is relieved. I was worried that you wouldn't be comfortable in the academy. Era, I'm the one who's fine. Kurumi tilted her head cutely. Her eyes turned into crescents. It's great that Shokuho-san is so energetic. Just from their conversation alone, the two of them were like aristocratic relatives who had not seen each other for a long time. They were elegantly greeting each other, but the air around the two of them emitted a chill that was enough to penetrate one's heart, causing the delicate bodies of the young girls to tremble. With a leap, he distanced himself from them. Just like when they met for the first time, these two young ladies who thought of each other as strong rivals immediately became hostile towards each other. Wu Yen, who was watching from the side, felt extremely conflicted. You bastard, you finally showed up. It was unknown when Mikoto and Chuju had arrived beside Wu Yan, hand in hand. Her pair of tea-colored eyes were filled with serious dissatisfaction, not counting the time when he was carrying out compulsory missions. However, it had been a few days since Wu Yan returned to the Spalier world from the instance dungeon. In the end, he hadn't contacted them even once. Of course, Mikoto would be dissatisfied. However, the prideful Mikoto wouldn't say it out loud. Sorry. Wu Yan tactfully admitted his mistake. He clasped his hands and made an apologetic gesture. It's because too many things have happened in the past 2 days, I can't sort them all out. Shokuha Misaki, who was in the middle of a confrontation with Kurumi, turned around and walked to Wu Yan's side. She also heard from Chuju about their encounter in the Imperial Palace, but she only got the gist of it. Using a crystal ball to communicate, even though it's not like Academy City or the modern world, it's still possible to be monitored. That's why Chuju couldn't tell them the secret Wu Yan obtained in the Imperial Palace. She only gave them a vague explanation to let Shokuha Misaki and the others know the severity of the situation. What's wrong? Is it hard to solve? Wu Yan sighed when he heard this. It's not a problem, it's a problem of how to deal with it. Wu Yan shook his head when he saw Shokuha Misaki's puzzled expression. Let's talk about the details later. Shokuha Misaki nodded, and her serious face changed into a half-smile. Since it's not convenient to talk about it here, Yan-chan, don't you think you should explain your private matters to us? For example, your engagement with a certain princess, or you're such a playboy. Which pretty bee did you piss off in this dungeon? When Shokuha Misaki said that, Wu Yan knew he was in trouble. As expected, as soon as she said that, several cold gazes and 20,000 disdainful gazes landed on him. Wu Yan's back was drenched in sweat. Feeling the pressure, Wu Yan stiffened and looked at Shokuha Misaki, who was still smiling. He tried to speak weakly. Jusama, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about private matters here. Era, is that so? Shokuha Misaki smiled seductively. She reached out and stroked Wu Yan's chest. She then moved her lips closer to Wu Yan's ear. Then, let's talk about it in private. Dear, love, gulp. Hearing Shokuha Misaki's seductive voice, Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine. He gulped and the girls around him snickered at him. Wu Yan could only sigh and sigh in despair. It seems like he'll have a lot of work to do in the coming days if he wants to appease these jealous girls. How nice would it be if pushing her down could comfort the girl? Behemoth Forest Camp, inside a large tent, what's? You guys graduated? Mikoto exclaimed. Yeah. Chuju smiled at Mikoto. Apparently, staying at Spalier World Academy no longer has much meaning for us, so we applied to graduate. Then why didn't you guys tell us? Kinueda Sai, who was sitting on the other side of Mikoto, was dissatisfied. Don't tell me you don't plan to care about us anymore. Haha, it's just that we didn't have time to inform you. Chuju smiled bitterly. After all, we almost couldn't get out. Isn't that a pity? Shokuha Misaki looked at Kurumi with raised eyebrows. You just entered the academy and you're applying to graduate? You must be tired. Era, I don't mind. Kurumi placed a finger on her lips and said to herself, as long as Aotsusama is here, it's fine. On the other hand, Shokuha-san, I heard you spent a lot of effort to raise Starlight Queen. How can you just abandon her like that? Don't worry about it, it's fine. Shokuha Misaki waved her hand. Sometimes, power is more practical than people. All you need to do is say a word or two. Tokazaki-san, you don't have to worry too much. That's a pity. Kurumi and Shokuha Misaki looked at each other. Both of them had a noble smile on their faces. However, the way they looked at each other made the onlookers feel dizzy. They couldn't wait to teach these two girls a lesson. Wu Yan slapped his forehead and looked at Shokuha Misaki helplessly. The academy isn't a big problem since you're just students in name. Whenever you get in touch with Grandpa Lei, he'll just let you graduate. Wu Yan turned serious after he said that. Masaki-san, what do you think I should do with the information I got from the Ailu Empire's treasury? You don't have to do anything with that information. Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and the others were baffled by Shokuhun Misaki's words. She didn't even hesitate to call them worthless. Everyone was stunned. Shokuhun Misaki blinked and smiled as she looked at the stunned crowd. They have already arranged a way to deal with it. What are we still worried about? Hearing Shokuhun Misaki's words, everyone looked at each other and laughed. As expected of Shokuhun Misaki, she hit the nail on the head. Chapter 8:25. The giant beast forest camp was a camp filled with tents. The people stationed here would be assigned different sizes of tents according to their status. Among them, there were 3 tents that were the largest in the entire camp. When Wu Yen and Co arrived at the campsite, they saw Marcus and Andrew in the largest tent at the center of the campsite. The only one missing is Pelosi. You said Wu Yen also came to the camp? Marcus furrowed his brows tightly when he heard the news brought by Andrew. Is this news accurate? It's 100% true. Andrew nodded and gritted his teeth. His airship is special and it can conceal itself. It's impossible for anyone to mistake it for someone else. I didn't expect this. He actually came at this juncture? Marcus' face was gloomy, his fists were clenched tightly. Andrew couldn't help but say when he saw Marcus' expression. Will there be any problems? Andrew asked worriedly. Wu Yan's sudden appearance, will he discover our secret? Andrew asked. Marcus' complexion changed, and his face became ferocious. Damn it, why did he have to come at this time? Andrew's face was also filled with uncertainty. He hesitated on the spot for a long time before he suddenly raised his head. His originally handsome face was now filled with murderous intent. Let's do it. Let's just. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. But Marcus shook his head without even thinking about it. That Wu Yan may be young, but he's someone that even Lei Wang, that old geezer, thinks highly of. He's not that simple, you know that. He's now Princess Sylph's fiancé. If we do that and drag the royal family into this, we'll be dead. But with him here, we can't carry out the plan at all. Andrew's face was filled with fear as he said this. You know, if we can't complete the mission. The consequences. Upon hearing Andrew's words, Marcus' ferocious face became fearful as if he had seen something terrifying. He shook his head in panic. We have to carry out the plan. Otherwise, we'll suffer a fate worse than death. Then what should we do? Andrew was starting to get irritated. We can't kill him and we can't leave either. Are we going to waste our time like this? Didn't I tell you? Stick to the plan. Marcus growled. That Wu Yan may be strong, but he's just a small fry. Misaka Mikoto isn't any weaker than him, and yet she failed to discover our plan. That cunning Shokuhun Misaki was also kept in the dark. I don't believe he can discover anything. That's true. Andrew's expression seemed to have improved a little. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. That's right, he's just a small fry. No matter how strong he is, we should be fine as long as we're careful. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Marcus sighed. I hope so. Marcus replied in a low voice. Glancing at Marcus, he hesitantly called out, Marcus, Looking at his accomplice beside him, the malevolent look on Marcus' face slowly receded. Instead of the previous malevolence, he smiled bitterly. Andrew, if you have something to say, just say it. Although I'm from the Saito family and you're from the Ladine family, we're in the same boat now. If we don't live together, we'll die together. Is there anything that you can't say? Andrew took a deep breath and bit his lips. Marcus, what we're doing right now is equivalent to betraying the Ailu Empire. We're betraying all of humanity. If we're discovered, there won't be a place for us in Silveria. Is it really worth it? What's the point of saying this now? Marcus's face was filled with dejection. His eyes dimmed. Now, it's either someone else's death or ours. Do you want to die? You. Andrew was silent. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Marcus laughed at himself, then his face turned fierce and he stood up abruptly. There is no turning back. I don't want to die. If I can't die, then I can only make others die. I believe that the spirits of those ants in the heavens know that using their lowly lives in exchange for the survival of 2 peak-stage 8th-order powerhouses is enough for them to feel honored. Too bad we couldn't drag Pelosi down with us. Otherwise, with the 3 of us in the camp, we wouldn't have to cower around like cowards. Marcus grumbled. And that Shokuha Misaki, she's as cunning as a fox. If it wasn't for her bringing a bunch of wild brats around the camp, that's why we forced Pelosi to come with us. We wanted to control them, right? Andrew said helplessly. If Shokuha Misaki heard this, she would be shocked. After all, she always thought that Marcus and the others wanted to control them because of their hunting ability. All right, you don't have to worry too much. Marcus waved his hand and looked at the ceiling of the tent. He muttered to himself. We only need to do this for ourselves. Right, for ourselves. Sigh. Andrew sighed and looked at Marcus. Then, let's continue with the plan. Marcus nodded, then pondered for a moment and added. Just in case, let's keep a low profile. Keep an eye on Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki. We can't let them notice anything. I know that even if you don't tell me. Andrew smiled bitterly. He continued worriedly. I just hope they haven't noticed what's happening in the camp. Otherwise, things will get troublesome. Don't worry about it. Marcus smiled coldly. It hasn't been long since this incident happened. At present, only some low-level garrison personnel are panicking. Even if they report this matter, we will be the ones to deal with it in the end. At most, we will report it to Pelosi. But he himself doesn't know the inside story, so he can't pose any threat. This is the only advantage they have over Mikoto's group. They have exclusive access to information. That way, the chances of them being exposed are much lower. Andrew nodded with a heavy expression. But with the addition of Wu Yen and his women, their group is much stronger than ours. If only we could place some spies around them. You think I haven't thought about it? Marcus glanced at Andrew. But those women who look exactly the same are on high alert. They seem to have some way of communicating with each other. The spies I planted around their tents were all removed in one night. On top of that, Shokuha Misaki, the Academy Queen, isn't a simple character either. She might be young, but she's smart and meticulous. She doesn't have a single flaw in her plans, and she has that kind of ability that's hard to deal with. Marcus, why don't we find a chance to kill that Shokuha Misaki? Andrew narrowed his eyes without any hesitation. I have a feeling that Shokuha Misaki will be a disaster if we let her live. Marcus seemed to be tempted. But Shokuha Misaki is Wu Yan's mistress. They are very close. If we kill Shokuha Misaki, we might anger Wu Yan, but what if that demigod called Yakumo Yukari gets involved? Demigod expert. Andrew felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke unwillingly. Why would a demigod expert be related to a bunch of Type 8 powerhouses? Who knows? Marcus took a deep breath and a haze flashed across his brows. Even if they don't have a demigod, they still have 2 other Tier 8 characters. We can't fight them. I just hope they don't get in our way. If we have no other choice, we'll have to resort to underhanded methods to make sure no one finds out we're the ones who did it. Andrew nodded heavily. Chapter 8:26. While Marcus and Andrew were vexed, Wu Yen was also vexed. He wanted to bring Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku with him when he arrived at the Behemoth Forest Camp. However, when he arrived at the Behemoth Forest Camp, Wu Yen discovered a serious problem. What about the sisters? The Beast King is still hiding in the Behemoth Forest and the mutated monsters haven't been completely eradicated. The entire Behemoth Forest is like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. If he brings all the girls with him and leaves this place, the sisters' safety could be threatened at any moment. Under such circumstances, Wu Yen can't bring all the girls with him. Conservatively speaking, he'll have to leave them behind for a while unless all the sisters reach Tier 7 or 8. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave this place without worry. Forget about Wu Yen, Mikoto won't leave her 20,000 sisters behind. Maintain the status quo? However, Wu Yan's group has already left the Spalier World Academy. They'll have to travel across the entire Spalier world. If they maintain the status quo, he'll have to be separated from the girls and won't be able to see them for a while. Wu Yan spent more than 3 years in the Sword and Blade MT world. That's quite a long time to be away from the girls. However, that's only if the time here is shorter. Wu Yan can endure being away from the girls for 3 years, but that doesn't mean the girls can do the same. They'll stay by his side without any complaints. They'll go through thick and thin with him, their lives are intertwined with his. It's fine when he entered this world since the time here is shorter compared to the Spalier world. He can't bear to let the girls experience the pain of being separated from him. Maybe he can bring 20,000 sisters with him? But that's 20,000 people, it's not a war. How can he bring an army like that around the Spalier world? Could it be that he would place his sisters in the biological containment device like before? This was also a good idea. Only if it was possible. Wu Yan really didn't want to do that. His sisters were finally able to live a normal life in the Spalier world. If he placed them in the biocontainment device, how would he be any different from Alistair? Of course, using his brain had always been Wu Yan's weakness. It's not that he's an idiot, it's just that by the time he comes up with a solution, Shokuha Misaki would already be sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Therefore, Wu Yan could only entrust this troublesome problem to Her Majesty the Queen. This caused Her Majesty the Queen to be in a bad mood for a while, and she said, "Give me some time." After that, Her Majesty the Queen walked out of Wu Yan's tent and went somewhere unknown. Wu Yan couldn't leave the Behemoth Forest camp for the time being, so he didn't dwell on it. He spent his days either fooling around with the girls or running the Behemoth Forest Instance Dungeon, hunting, with his sisters. Whenever he had free time, he would cultivate his mana. His days were quite comfortable. Wu Yan originally thought that a lazy person like him wouldn't be interested in cultivation, but he was actually a little addicted to it. Although cultivating mana can be boring, Wu Yan could feel himself getting stronger every day. His mana was also increasing, giving him an indescribable sense of fullness. With these two factors added together, even though it's not to the extent where he's so focused on training that he forgets to eat and sleep, it's still enough for him to spend his free time on training his mana. He's not that hardworking, but he's definitely not lazy. Such a result also gave others the impression that Wu Yan, a super genius who graduated from the Spalier World Academy, was a hard-working person. This caused many people to change their view of Wu Yan. Some of them even faintly began to look forward to him. This caused Wu Yan to blush with shame and caused the girls to despise him. Only the girls knew that Wu Yan usually cultivated during the day, and only when he had free time would he cultivate. As for the time at night, it was naturally his happiest time of the day. Because at this time, Wu Yan can just grab 1 or 2 of the girls who are about to go to sleep. Then, amidst their screams, he can drag them into his tent and toss them onto his bed like a hoodlum boss. Then, he can live a shameless life under the night sky. Say that Wu Yan is hardworking? He's probably the happiest person in the entire Behemoth Forest camp. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shokuha Misaki was sitting inside a tent, drinking black tea while tidying up her beautiful blonde hair. Beside her, Kaneda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were counting the spoils of war that their sisters hunted in the Behemoth Forest. After spending quite a bit of time together, the 3 girls who came from Academy City's Umbu got along quite well with Shokuha Misaki. Normally, if one could see Shokuha Misaki, one would be able to see the 3 girls behind her, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. He didn't know how Shokuha Misaki did it, but Kaneda Sai and the other girls seemed to be treating her like a second Mujino Shizuri. They only followed Shokuha Misaki's orders. Even if Mikoto, Hinajiku, and the others came looking for them, Wu Yan didn't use the word order to get them to do anything. Just like now, Kaneda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were not only counting the spoils of where they hunted today, they were also organizing the information that their sisters gathered from the camp. There was one thing that Marcus guessed correctly: the sisters have a way to communicate with each other, the Misaka network. But what he didn't know is that strictly speaking, the Misaka network isn't a way for the sisters to communicate with each other. That's because the Misaka network exists to connect the sisters' minds and allow them to share information. Marcus thought that their camp's information wouldn't be leaked to the Misaka core, but reality slapped him hard in the face. With the Misaka network, the sisters' strength is to gather information. In the camp, some information that even Marcus didn't know about would be sent to Shokuha Misaki every day. Even though Mikoto wasn't happy that her sisters were helping Shokuha Misaki was very responsible and took care of her sisters well. She even used them for her own benefit, and the one who benefited was Wu Yen. Mikoto couldn't say anything about it and turned a blind eye to it. She had to admit that Shokuha Misaki was a qualified leader. Because of this, Shokuha Misaki got herself into a lot of trouble. Ha! Takitsubu Riku, who was reading a piece of information, suddenly exclaimed. She turned around and handed a piece of paper to Shokuha Misaki. Shoko, take a look at this, Shokuha Misaki looked at Takitsubu Riku suspiciously. She took the paper from Takitsubu Riku and looked at it. She frowned in surprise. Guards went missing without reason? Kinuda Sai and Frenda both stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the report in Shokuha Misaki's hand. When they saw what was written, they frowned. Low-level guards went missing? There's a panic outside the camp? The higher-ups didn't send anyone to deal with it? Frenda was surprised. What are those higher-ups doing? Kinuhida Sai muttered. There's already a panic, but they didn't send anyone to deal with it. Shokuha Misaki narrowed her eyes and placed the paper on the table. This isn't as simple as it seems. Shokuha Misaki's sharp senses picked up on something and she looked at Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu, have the sisters investigate this. Takitsubu Riku nodded. Chapter 827. In the center of the giant beast forest camp, inside a large tent, Pelosi, Marcus, and Andrew are sitting opposite each other. It's as if they're having a meeting, discussing something, looking at Marcus and Andrew, who were unperturbed and completely indifferent. Pelosi's brows furrowed. Are you listening or not? Pelosi's tone was slightly angry. If you don't want to get involved, then I'll go. Why are you stopping me from sending people to investigate the missing persons case? Stop. Pelosi, you're making a fuss out of nothing? Marcus glanced at Pelosi indifferently. It's just a few low-level people going missing. How many? Pelosi laughed out of anger. He slammed a piece of paper on the table. Look at the number of missing people reported by the higher-ups. How many of them are there? How many a day? And in the past month, more than 100 low-level personnel have been declared missing. Hearing this, Marcus narrowed his eyes slightly and exchanged a glance with Andrew. Andrew immediately understood and said to Pelosi, "Is this information accurate? It could also be a smokescreen set up by those who were ready to make a move." Yes. That's right. Marcus nodded, then he sneered and said, "Don't forget, those guys have been trying to take a bite out of us. They've been eyeing our position all this time, that's why we need to investigate, right?" Pelosi's face tensed up and he looked rather unsightly. Right now, the low-level outskirts of the camp have already caused a very serious panic. There are also rumors that it's some kind of plague or the revenge of some unknown magical beast. It's making people uneasy. Even hunting in Behemoth Forest has decreased a lot. Pelosi glanced at Marcus and Andrew with a serious gaze. We can't let this drag on any longer. We need to control the situation when it's still light and find out the cause. When the influence spreads, I'm afraid that the entire operation of the camp will be paralyzed or even abandoned. Marcus. Andrew. Pelosi stood up and looked down at the two people opposite him. He said in a low voice, "If you don't want to interfere, then don't stop me from interfering. Otherwise, if something really happens, the responsibility is not something we can bear." After that, Pelosi turned around and walked towards the exit of the tent. Before he left, he even took the piece of paper with him. It was obvious that he was going to investigate this matter. When Pelosi turned around, Andrew abruptly raised his head, killing intent flashing in his eyes. A faint mana fluctuation started surging from his body as if it had awakened. Marcus put his hand on Andrew's shoulder. With a slight push, he pushed Andrew back into the chair. He stared at Pelosi's back in silence until he walked out of the tent. Watching Pelosi walk out of the tent, Andrew looked at Marcus with some dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you let me do it?" "Do it?" Marcus turned his head. "You're confident you can take him down without anyone noticing?" Andrew choked, then retorted, "That's better than letting him find out the truth." "Finding out the truth?" Marcus chuckled. "Did you leave any traces behind when you attacked him?" Of course not." "Then there you have it." Marcus rested his chin on his hands. His eyes curved into a sinister smile. "With our strength, it won't take us much effort to take down a few low-level personnel. Pelosi won't be able to find out the truth if we didn't leave any clues behind. If you attack him now, you'll only cause more trouble. It's the same as admitting your guilt." Marcus' words were like an alarm bell that rang in Andrew's heart. He was shocked. Cold sweat dripped down his back. I almost ruined everything." Seeing Andrew's expression, Marcus knew that he had calmed down and patted him on the shoulder. "Now, we can't even take a single wrong step. Once we do, we'll be doomed eternally. You're under too much pressure and made a mistake in your judgment. This isn't your fault, but don't make the same mistake again." Andrew looked at Marcus gratefully. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Thank you, Marcus. I've been too impulsive recently," Marcus smiled, but his heart was bitter. Just like Andrew, he was under a lot of pressure. However, he was different from Andrew. Andrew was a little crazy under the pressure. On the other hand, he was calmer and calmer. This was because he knew that he had to deal with things calmly. It's too early to celebrate. Marcus sighed. "Although we're confident Pelosi won't be able to find out anything, it'll be bad if something unexpected happens. We can't afford to make any mistakes. It's best if we restrain ourselves." "Are we still going to restrain ourselves?" Andrew frowned. "Last time, because of Wu Yan's arrival, we already restrained ourselves a lot. We didn't get enough. Master wasn't happy about it. If we restrain ourselves this time, there's nothing wrong with being careful." Marcus knocked on the table. "Master might be unhappy, but he has a use for us. He won't do anything to us." Marcus' voice was full of uncertainty. Andrew could hear this and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, a flame suddenly flew in from the entrance of the tent and shot into Andrew's forehead. In the next moment, Andrew's face changed, his expression became unsightly. "What's wrong?" Marcus' face sank subconsciously. Andrew took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "Just now, the detection spell I set up around the campsite sent back an image. The Misaka women seem to be investigating the disappearance of the girls." "Huh?" Marcus's face gradually turned unsightly. With a bang, he slammed the table. "Shoko Misaki must have found something." "No way." Andrew turned pale with fright. "Didn't you say that we wouldn't be able to find the truth if we didn't leave any clues behind? If Shokuha Misaki had found out the truth, she wouldn't have sent people to investigate this matter, and we wouldn't be sitting here." Marcus sneered. "She must have gotten wind of the disappearance and sent people to investigate. That meddlesome woman." Andrew heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness she didn't find anything." "That might not be the case." Marcus' eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Don't forget that woman's ability is to control people's minds. She's all-pervasive. If she continues to investigate, she might really discover something. Then, what should we do?" Andrew had completely lost his sense of propriety, which made Marcus despise him. After all, he was the second most powerful person in the Ladine family, other than the patriarch. Marcus did not expect him to behave like this when something happened. Although he was disappointed, Marcus still said with a grin on his face, "Now that things have come to this, let's be careful and kill Shokuho Misaki. Is there no problem?" Andrew couldn't help but ask. Marcus only sneered at him. "Although that woman's ability is very special, her strength is very weak. It won't be a problem for us to assassinate her. At this point, Marcus turned around and added, as long as we don't get discovered. Andrew's expression changed rapidly, and there was a slight struggle on his face. But in the end, he leaned toward Marcus' choice and nodded firmly. All right, let me do it. Andrew took the initiative to accept this assassination mission. Your Saito family's ice do-chi is too eye-catching. If we make a mistake, we'll be found out. I'll kill Shokuha Misaki myself. Marcus pondered for a moment, then nodded and exhorted, don't let anyone discover it and don't leave any clues behind. It must be clean. Chapter 828. No one knows when, but the news of the missing guards started to spread out slowly. Originally, for this kind of incident that could easily lead to panic, the higher-ups should think of ways to hide it so that the garrison in the camp would not panic and affect the strategy of the giant beast's forest. However, Pelosi did the opposite. Not only did he not suppress the spread of this matter, he even wantonly publicized it. The consequences of this were, of course, as expected, causing panic. But the panic was only temporary. After the matter was exaggerated and spread, Pelosi immediately said that he would definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Perhaps it was because of Pelosi's reputation, or perhaps it was because he had achieved an abnormal result by doing the opposite, but after a short period of panic, the garrisons actually calmed down and began to support Pelosi. In an instant, Pelosi's reputation in the entire camp reached a commanding height. And all of this seemed to be within Pelosi's expectations. With everyone's support, after announcing the declaration of the investigation, Pelosi immediately gave another strict order. Because the garrison personnel went to bed in the middle of the night and were found missing the next day, Pelosi asked the low-level personnel not to go out at night. Even if they went out, they had to gather with others. The patrol team at night was strengthened in size and vigilance. Once they found something wrong, they can report to him directly if something goes wrong. After such a big movement, the initial signs of uneasiness were suppressed by Pelosi. The garrisons also seemed to feel a sense of security and once again followed the arrangements of the camp in an orderly manner. Only Pelosi knew that this peaceful situation was only temporary. At least, before the real cause of the incident was investigated, or before the next missing person appeared, the situation would be broken. However, the night patrols have increased in numbers. The level of vigilance is also increasing. Around the tents where everyone is staying, the number of people in the tents increased at night, making the camp very lively. Unfortunately, no one could say for sure how useful it was. Including Pelosi, in the night. The tents near the edge of the camp are much quieter than the other tents. One can still hear the faint chirping of insects. In one of the tents, Shokuha Misaki, who has been busy the whole day, wiped her long blonde hair that is wet from her shower. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her starry eyes twinkled in the darkness where there wasn't enough light. Coupled with her extremely beautiful face, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Shokuha Misaki is complaining. I have to go to a lake in a specific area to take a shower. There is no hot water or skincare products. I really want to go back to Tokawadai or the academy. At least there is hot water. Shokuha Misaki complained, but she didn't really care about this. If she did, she could just go to Wu Yen and ask for his help. With the magical items in the system and Wu Yan's equipment points, it would only take a few minutes for Shokuha Misaki to solve this problem. That's why Shokuha Misaki only complained a little. After drying her hair, she shook her head and looked at her golden hair flowing in the air. She couldn't help but smile. Shokuha Misaki is very satisfied with her appearance. She looked at herself in the mirror and smiled seductively. No wonder that bastard likes me so much. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to charm you to death. After saying that, Shokuha Misaki walked to the magic lamp and turned it off. She yawned and walked towards her bed. Silence reigned in the tent once again. However, before Shokuha Misaki could even get to her bed, a psychic wave suddenly entered her senses. She couldn't even sense it. Shokuha Misaki's yawn froze when she felt the psyche wave. Her eyes widened. Shokuha Misaki's ability can sense psyche waves. but she can't determine the person's identity based on the psyche wave. However, judging from the erratic trajectory of the psyche wave, the possibility of it being someone she knows is close to zero. Shokuha Misaki is certain that the person is not friendly. Shokuha Misaki's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. She turned around and looked at the entrance of the tent. She clenched her fist and her face tensed up. It's here! At the same time, a mass of black gas suddenly drilled into the tent from the outside and instantly gathered into a black cloud. Shokuha Misaki took a step back without hesitation. Whoosh! As soon as Shokuha Misaki retreated, the dark clouds swirled and a gust of cold wind swept towards Shokuha Misaki like a shadow, wrapping around her. Bang! Shokuha Misaki's body suddenly glowed and turned into a ripple. When the black cloud hit the ripple, it was bounced back. Ha! Within the dark clouds, a surprised voice rang out, as if surprised by the changes in Shokuha Misaki's body, followed by a series of angry growls. Shokuha Misaki heaved a sigh of relief. A transparent dragon-shaped armor appeared around her, protecting her. That was the real identity of Marie, mental dragon armor. Since it was useless against Wu Yen, who has the body of a true ancestor, the armor he placed on Shokuha Misaki saved her life. Of course, it's still too early to feel relieved. The dark cloud circled around the entrance of the tent and turned into the shape of a wolf. It had a long tail and fangs in its mouth. It looked like a black wolf wrapped in clouds. Shokuha Misaki sucked in a cold breath. Woo! With a low growl, the black wolf opened its mouth, and a black beam shot out from within. It let out a shrill whistle and pierced towards the dragon armor protecting Shokuha Misaki. Clang! The dragon armor shuddered and its color faded. It almost collapsed. Shokuha Misaki was shocked. She didn't care that the controller was not with her. She used all her strength to launch a mental attack and pierced into the dark clouds. Chi! Woo! A tearing sound was heard. The dark cloud around the black wolf shrunk and it howled in pain. The eyes of the wolf started glowing red. Shokuha Misaki cursed in her heart. Her ability seemed to be effective against the black wolf, but it didn't have much of an effect. It's obvious that the black cloud, or rather the one controlling it, is much stronger than her. Much stronger than her. Is this the culprit behind the disappearance? Am I her next target? Shokuha Misaki bit her lips and looked at the entrance that was blocked by the black wolf. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Escape? But the black wolf is blocking the exit. Scream? He was afraid that before he could even cry out, the black wolf's attack would have arrived. And from the way the Psyche Dragon armor trembled after blocking that attack, this C-grade rare armament dragon-shaped armor definitely wouldn't be able to block the next attack. Her weak body would also not be able to withstand a single blow, and she would perish as well. Thinking of this, Shokuha Misaki became even more anxious. Woo! While Shokuha Misaki was panicking, the black wolf opened its mouth again, and a faint black light flashed in its mouth. Shokuha Misaki instinctively closed her eyes. You're courting death. Just as the black light was about to shoot out again, a furious roar exploded like a clap of thunder. It soared into the sky and reverberated over the entire camp, waking everyone who was still in their sweet dreams. It also startled the patrolling personnel and Pelosi and Marcus, who were in their respective tents. What's going on? Pelosi ran out of the tent in bewilderment. Marcus, who was still in the tent, had an ominous premonition in his heart. He hurriedly ran out of the tent, looked at Pelos, and ran in the direction of the sound, accompanied by a group of patrol personnel. To be continued. Chapter 829. Using his secret magic to hide his tracks, he snuck into Shokuha Misaki's tent as fast as he could, assassinated her, and escaped with her body, pretending that she had gone missing. This was the entirety of Andrew's plan, a simple and clear one. Unfortunately, he'd miscalculated. He'd miscalculated from the very beginning. Andrew thought that Shokuha Misaki's ability was to control people's minds, but that was only a small part of her ability. He did not expect her to be able to detect his presence through mental waves. That was how she discovered him from the start. Fortunately, Shoko Misaki may be able to detect other people's mental waves, but she can't use them to identify the person. As long as Andrew kills Shoko Misaki as fast as he can, his plan will still work. No matter what, he was still a Type 8 Divine Warrior, while Shoko Misaki was only in the lower middle of the Type 8 Divine Warriors. Her ability was a godly skill against those weaker than her, but against those stronger than her, even if it wasn't useless, it wouldn't have much of an effect. However, Andrew had miscalculated again. The existence of the dragon armor bought Shoko Misaki a little bit of time, and that little bit of time was enough to push Andrew to the brink of death. Bang! The black wolf formed by the dark clouds was sent flying as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. It smashed into the top of the tent, which had been reinforced by magic and was harder than the walls. Soon after, it fell down and heavily smashed into the ground. A suppressed howl of pain was emitted from the black wolf's body, proving just how heavy the blow was. What is going on? Andrew, who was hiding in the black wolf, was hit so hard that his brain short-circuited. He couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted and controlled the black wolf to spring up from the ground, he finally realized it. Originally, there was only him and Shoko Misaki in the tent, but now, there was an additional figure. Impossible! That was the first thought that came to Andrew's mind when he saw the figure. The exit was clearly blocked behind him, but this person in front of him? How did this person appear beside Shoko Misaki? Of course, not long after this thought arose, a gaze that was infinitely close to freezing point enveloped him, causing Andrew's heart to tremble violently. A fatal chill emerged from the bottom of his spine, instantly covering his entire back. He looked up. In front of him, the figure was holding Shoko Misaki in his arms. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at Andrew. Inside those eyes, there was a murderous aura that was like a volcano erupting. Andrew couldn't help but take a step back because of that murderous aura. Little Yen. She felt the familiar embrace. Shoko Misaki let out a sigh of relief. Her tense nerves finally calmed down. Her face paled as she clutched Wu Yan's shirt tightly. She didn't want to let go of his shirt. Little Chi. Seeing Shoko Misaki's pale face, Wu Yan was enraged. Even though he gave the dragon armor to Shoko Misaki, it was still his noble phantasm. If something happened to his noble phantasm, Wu Yan would be able to sense it. What's more, Wu Yan set up a telepathic spell on the girls. If the girls are in danger, Wu Yan would be able to sense it at the first instance. When Wu Yan sensed that Shoko Misaki was in danger, he used a teleportation spell to get here. The black wolf was about to deal the final blow to Shoko Misaki. If he came half a second later, Wu Yan's pupils started trembling when he thought of this. He couldn't suppress the fear that rose from the bottom of his heart. Along with it came a towering rage that could shake the heavens and earth. Misaki-chan. Wu Yan lowered his head, his demonic voice came from the depths of hell. Wu Yan couldn't see his expression. Take a step back. Shoko Misaki didn't feel any fear when she heard his demonic voice. Instead, she felt sweet inside. She nodded obediently and retreated to the back. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan with a mesmerized look in them. Contrary to Shoko Misaki, Andrew was so frightened by the terrifying voice that he took a step back. In his heart, he felt a sense of danger, urging him to leave. Sensing that sense of crisis, Andrew could not help but shout out in his heart, "Impossible! That brat is so young, it's already a miracle that he could reach the Type 8 realm at such a young age. How could he, a peak Type 8 warrior, feel threatened?" However, the next moment Wu Yan raised his head. When Andrew saw his face, he sucked in a breath of cold air. In the other party's eyes, the pair of wine-red eyes had turned golden. Carrying an extremely cold gaze, he stared at him closely, like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. "Today." Wu Yan's voice was the coldest it had ever been in his life. "If I let you escape from my eyes, then I, Wu Yan, will never step into the Spalier world again." The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura burst out from Wu Yan's body. The aura contained within had already far surpassed Andrew's peak. Boom! Outside Shoko Misaki's tent, Pelosi, Marcus, and the rest of the camp's guards had just arrived when the tent in front of them exploded. A powerful shockwave blasted out from the tent and swept across the entire area. "Careful!" Pelosi and Marcus were shocked. They hurriedly raised their hands to block in front of them, resisting the oncoming wind. But even so, they were still blown back a few steps. If even the two peak Tier 8 combatants were in such a state, the rest of the guards were even worse off. Those who were slightly stronger were only pushed back by the shockwave. However, those who weren't strong enough weren't as lucky. They didn't even have time to circulate their do chi or mana before they were blown away by the shockwave. In an instant, it was as if the entire camp had been swept by a tornado. The sky was filled with broken pieces of rubble from the ground. Some figures were even blown into the sky by the strong wind and then smashed onto the ground. Wails of pain rang out everywhere. Not long after, the entire camp was filled with the wails of the garrison members. What a powerful force! What the hell is going on? Pelosi and Marcus looked in front of them in horror. The shockwave from the explosion of the tent had passed, but the place was covered in smoke and dust. Faint traces of fire could be seen flashing through it. A corner of the smoke suddenly protruded outwards, and a figure shot out from there. Under the gaze of everyone present, the figure landed hard on the ground, bounced a few times, and fell in front of Pelosi and Marcus, who were at the forefront, with smoke and dust all over his body. Pucci! A mouthful of dark red blood sprayed out from the other party's mouth, dyeing his clothes and lips red, revealing a pale face filled with fear. Seeing this face, Pelosi's and Marcus' complexion changed rapidly. "Andrew!" Hearing the two people's shouts, Lu Sun quickly turned his head. When he saw Pelosi and Marcus, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Pelosi! Marcus! Save me!" As soon as he said that, another voice came from within the cloud of dust. It was like a gust of wind had swept through the area. "Save you?" The sound of footsteps followed the sound and fell into the ears of everyone present. Andrew looked in the direction of the smoke and dust with a horrified expression. He sat on the ground and couldn't help but shuffle backward. The others also looked in front of them in horror. Just who was it that could scare the peak stage 8 Andrew to this extent? Wu Yen slowly walked out of the smoke with Shokuho Misaki behind him. Wu Yen looked at Andrew with an expressionless face. His voice echoed in the air. "You are right. No one can save you." Chapter 830. Looking at the figure that walked out of the smoke and dust and stepped on the collapsed ground, Pelosi and Marcus' pupils slowly shrank. "Wu Yen." The entire place was silent. The word Wu Yen reverberated in the ears of all the guards present. Their expressions turned sluggish as they stared at the figure in front of them with their mouths agape. Could it be that the person who scared the peak Tier 8 Andrew to the point where he coughed up blood is the same Wu Yen who just graduated from Silveria World Institute? Silence ensued. No one dared to make even the slightest sound. Only Wu Yan's footsteps could be heard in this space. His footsteps were rhythmic and gave off an illusory feeling. If it wasn't for the painful wails coming from their bodies due to the shockwaves, they would have thought that they were dreaming. In the back, Shokuho Misaki watched all of this quietly. She didn't react until she heard a few shouts behind her. "Shokuho!" Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the other girls all rushed to Shokuho Misaki's side. "What's wrong?" Mikoto asked. "What happened?" "Yeah." Chuju looked at Wu Yen with a strange glint in her eyes. "What the hell is going on? I've never seen Yen like that before." Shokuho Misaki smiled lightly. There was sweetness and bitterness in her smile, but most of it was helplessness. She slowly shook her head and explained the entire matter to the many young ladies in a simple manner. When the girls heard this, their expressions changed as well. They looked at Andrew in front of them with cold light and anger in their eyes. Don't come any closer." As Wu Yen got closer and closer, Andrew's expression became more and more fearful. His collapsed body kept shuffling backwards. It was as if something terrifying was approaching. That unbearable appearance made it hard for many to believe that he was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th step. This also proved how much of an impact Wu Yen had on him. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and he continued walking towards Andrew like he didn't hear anything. Andrew finally broke down. He turned around and shouted, "Pelosi! Marcus! What are you guys doing? Hurry up and save me!" Pelosi and Marcus finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward. Wu Yen glanced at them indifferently and ignored them. He looked at Andrew again and a surge of mana surged out of his body. He raised one hand and from the looks of it, he wanted to kill Andrew. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Marcus was enraged. Ice blue do chi also surged out from his body, but almost at the same time, a flame and a gunshot impatiently resounded. Then, behind Marcus, a huge flaming battle axe and an ancient long rifle were pressed against his head. "I can't allow you to move around like that." Kotori, who was in her fairy form, she was wearing a kimono and holding her Scorch Destroyer demon. She had a sinister smile on her face. "I didn't allow you to get close to my brother. It's rare for Lord Husband to want to make a big fuss." Kurumi, who was wearing a black and red Gothic princess dress and a pair of ponytails of different sizes, revealing 2 pupils of different colors, one red and one gold, was also holding her own angel. She pressed the rifle against Marcus's head and licked the corner of her mouth devilishly. "Can you please not disturb him?" Marcus' figure stiffened. The ice-attributed chi on his body also stagnated as if it was being choked, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. "When did these 2 women—" "Marcus!" Pelos exclaimed and reflexively intended to step forward to rescue, but he soon froze like Marcus, not daring to move again. The reason was naturally because of a blue light sword and a slender hand that had been placed on his neck at some point in time. It was Ikaros and Astria. "Stand here and don't move." Astria's usual liveliness was gone. Her beautiful face was taut with tension. "If you move, I will cut you down." Ikaros didn't say anything. She just stared straight at Pelosi's face with her crimson pupils. Looking at this beautiful face in front of him, Pelosi didn't doubt that if he moved, his neck would definitely be broken by her. 2 peak tier 8 combatants fell into the hands of Kotori, Kurumi, Ikaros, and Astria in the blink of an eye. The surrounding guards all took a step back. Seeing that the 3 strongest people in charge of their own camp had fallen into the hands of others, they were at a loss. They didn't know what to do at all, and for a moment, it almost caused chaos. "Pelosi-sama. Marcus-sama. Andrew-sama. Quick, save the 3 lords. Let go of the lords. Calm down all of you." Pelosi raised his hand and shouted. "Everyone, do not act rashly." Hearing Pelosi's words, the crowd slowly calmed down. In the end, it didn't cause any real chaos. However, Pelosi and Marcus's expressions were quite unsightly. Perhaps they didn't expect that they would be taken down by a few little girls in a single move. "Pelosi! Marcus!" Andrew's expression changed drastically when he saw this. It was also at this moment that a foot kicked him in the chest. Boo! Andrew howled miserably. His body flew out in a beautiful arc and crashed into the ground not far away. Then, the foot that kicked him came down from the sky and stomped on his chest. The ferocious force caused the air in Andrew's chest to leak out of his mouth and nose. He almost suffocated. "Andrew!" Pelosi's face trembled, and Marcus shouted angrily. "Wuyan, do you know what you are doing? You shut the F***ck up?" Wu Yen roared at Marcus in a fit of rage. Marcus was stunned by Wu Yen's roar. His face turned from green to white. It's an ugly sight to behold. He, Marcus, has never been scolded by anyone before. Not even his elder brother, the patriarch of the Saito family. Marcus's face was ashen. He wanted to flare up, but the cold muzzle of the gun and the scorching hot battle axe behind him forced him to endure. Thus, his ashen face turned red again, and his heart was filled with hatred. Wu Yen coldly snorted. He looked at Andrew, who was still struggling under his feet. He exerted some force on his foot and Andrew groaned in pain. His struggle weakened as well. Speak. Why did you kill Xiaoqi? Suppressing his violent emotions, he continued in a cold tone. Based on your answer, I can give you a quick death. No. No. Andrew was terrified by Wu Yan's ferocious look. He shook his head and screamed. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Wu Yan, calm down. Pelosi was shocked by Wu Yan's words. He shouted at him. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Please don't do anything rash. Marcus gritted his teeth. He suppressed his anger and growled. This is the Ailu Empire's camp. Andrew is one of the people in charge here. Are you trying to commit a crime by killing him? Wu Yan laughed out loud. His voice was unusually cold. Crime? Then wait until I kill him. Then you can punish me. What? Pelosi shouted. Wu Yan, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Don't kill the wrong person and cause unnecessary trouble. Misunderstanding? Wu Yan looked at Andrew coldly. Tell me, why did you appear in Xiaoqi's tent and try to kill her? Chapter 8:31. From the roar in the sky to the arrival of everyone in the camp, the explosion of the tent, the subduing of 3 peak rank 8 powerhouses, and the chaos that ensued, the entire process took only about 10 minutes. Everything happened too suddenly and too quickly. Even now, some people were still in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Similarly, Pelosi was no exception. Only Marcus, who was subdued by Kotori and Kurumi, knew what was going on. Only then did he know why things had developed to this point. Either Andrew didn't do his job well, or he was discovered in the middle of the attack. In the end, not only did Shokuha Misaki not die, but she also ended up like this. Things couldn't be worse than this situation right now. Marcus acted like he didn't know what happened, but inside, he was worried sick. He wasn't afraid that the situation in the camp would become chaotic. What he was truly afraid of was that if something really happened to Andrew, then it was very likely that everything behind this would be exposed. He might even be dragged into this mess. At that time, the situation would truly become serious. Therefore, no matter what, either Andrew died before he could say anything, or he absolutely could not let him die. Of course, the former wasn't so easy to achieve. Even with Marcus' insidious nature, he couldn't find a way in this situation. So, Marcus simply chose the latter. Wu Yan. Marcus glanced at Andrew, who was being stepped on by Wu Yan, and he took the initiative to speak up. You said Andrew wanted to kill Shokuho Misaki. Do you have any proof? Yeah, Wu Yan. Compared to Marcus, Pelosi, who was kept in the dark, is much more cautious. Andrew is one of the people in charge of the camp. He doesn't have any grudges with Shokuho-san. They rarely interact with each other. Why would he want to kill her? There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Yan mocked. He didn't try to hide the anger in his heart that hasn't been extinguished. Are you saying there's something wrong with my eyes? How could I be wrong about what I saw with my own eyes? Sensing the fury in Wu Yan's tone, both Pelosi and Marcus sighed inwardly at how troublesome this is. A person in a fit of rage is usually unable to think rationally. It would be much harder for him to talk and negotiate a verdict. Wu Yan's rage is boundless and his rationality is on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid he won't listen to them. They didn't know how important Shokuho Misaki and the girls were to Wu Yan. Wu Yan wasn't just angry at Andrew, he was also angry at himself. He was angry at himself for not being able to make it in time, even if he used his teleportation ability. Fortunately, Shokuho Misaki didn't die. Otherwise, even Pelosi and Marcus, who stood up for him, would be implicated, let alone Andrew. They had to endure Wu Yan's anger. You saw it with your own eyes. It won't be convincing to others. Marcus looked at Wu Yan's face. Unless there's someone who can testify. Wu Yan's expression turned cold. Shokuho Misaki sighed. She stood up. Then, if the victim testifies, it should be more convincing, right? Shokuho Misaki continued. Indeed, it was this person who snuck into my tent and tried to kill me. Kill you? Then how come nothing happened to you? Before Shokuho Misaki could finish, Marcus interrupted her. Andrew is a peak type 8. Miss Shokuho, I recall that you are not even a peak type 8 yet. Let alone a peak type 8. A peak of the 8th step sneaked into the residence of someone who isn't even a high 8th step, and even used assassination methods, yet he didn't even cause the slightest bit of harm to that person. The corners of Marcus' mouth curled up. Miss Shokuho, this doesn't make sense. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Some of them even nodded in agreement, thinking that Marcus was right. But who would have thought that Shokuho Misaki just looked at him with a faint smile and said, "That's right." A peak type 8 being trampled on by a 25-year-old who just graduated from an academy. That doesn't make sense. Marcus choked. Even Pelosi choked. They knew that Shokuho Misaki was mocking their so-called strength theory. Let's put aside whether it makes sense or not. Marcus muttered to himself before he spoke to Wu Yen. You should at least let Andrew explain himself. That's right. Hearing Marcus' words, Andrew seemed to have regained his senses. He pushed against Wu Yan's foot and shouted. I didn't kill Shokuho Misaki. I heard her roar and rushed over to check on the situation. The moment I entered the tent, you kicked me out. I don't know what happened. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Marcus grinned and unconsciously puffed out his chest. Wu Yan, based on the current situation, it seems like you were the one who indiscriminately attacked him. Wu Yan laughed. He was happy but angry at the same time. There's no evidence for what we said, and it's not persuasive at all. Instead, what he said became the situation that you mentioned. Believing the suspect's words instead of the victim's words? This is the first time I've heard of this. Is this the law of the Ailu Empire? That's really strange. Marcus pursed his lips and said, You don't have any evidence to prove that what you said is true, do you? Proof? Wu Yen clenched his fists and laughed. Are you kidding me, uncle? I can take his life anytime I want. Do I need proof? Marcus took a deep breath. He was speechless. Pelosi stepped forward and tried to persuade him. How about this, Wu Yen? Let go of Andrew. We will investigate this matter. Before that, we will keep an eye on him. Not only did Wu Yen laugh, Shokuho Misaki, Kotori, and the others laughed as well. It was a very sarcastic laugh. You guys are here to investigate? Wu Yen snickered at Pelosi and Marcus. Do you think I don't know the way your higher-ups turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing? Wu Yen looked at Andrew as if he was annoyed. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Looks like you're not going to answer my question. Seeing the murderous intent in Wu Yan's eyes, Marcus cursed under his breath. He roared at Wu Yen. Wu Yen! He's from the Ladine family. He's the person in charge of this camp. If you kill him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire Ailu Empire. Enemy! 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 Marcus' roar echoed through the silent camp. The atmosphere turned heavy. Even Wu Yen lowered his head in silence. Looking at Wu Yan's silence, Marcus thought his words worked. Little did he know, he said the stupidest thing he could have ever said. Wu Yan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. He slowly raised his head, his eyes turned golden once more. In the next moment, a dense blue and white electric light burst out from his body. The fatal electric current passed through the foot that was stepping on Andrew's chest and into his body without leaving a trace behind. Ah! Andrew let out a blood-curdling scream. After a short while, his entire body turned into charcoal under the electric current. Wisps of smoke rose from his charred body. Andrew's aura disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left to hold him back. The time stopped at this moment. You. Pelosi and Marcus stared at Wu Yen in disbelief. Wu Yan's golden eyes reverted back to their burgundy color. He tilted his body and looked at Marcus, who is still in a daze. I'm the one who killed him. Don't get it wrong. Wu Yen waved his robe and he walked away. The girls followed after him, leaving the rest of the crowd behind. They stared at Andrew's charred body in silence. They didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 8:32. Bastard. Bang. Marcus slammed the table in front of him into smithereens. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily. The hatred in his heart didn't lessen at all. He wanted to destroy everything in his tent. Those who know Marcus know that he has a bad temper, a very bad one. Once his temper flared up, even a mosquito flying in front of him would become the source of his anger. Usually, at this time, the servants in charge of taking care of Marcus' daily life would suffer because they would become Marcus punching bags and might even lose their lives. If it wasn't for the fact that Marcus was the second in command of the Saito family, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was a peak stage 8th Order warrior, he would have offended a lot of people already. But no matter how bad Marcus's temper was, the number of times he lost his temper was second only to the number of times he lost his temper during mealtimes. Originally, Marcus was already pissed off when Mikoto and Shokuhun Misaki brought the entire Misaka Corps to this camp. But now, not only was his secret activities investigated by Pelosi, Shokuhun Misaki even came and tried to assassinate Mikoto but failed in the end. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was being threatened by two little girls with weapons against his head in front of so many people. He wanted to save Andrew's life, but in the end, Andrew was killed right in front of his eyes because of his words. Andrew's death was one thing. Although both of them were in the same boat and were partners in the same plan, their relationship wasn't that good. The one Marcus couldn't stand was Wu Yen. Not only did he not listen to his last words, he even killed Andrew on the spot. Marcus's face was completely destroyed. There were even rumors in the camp that Wu Yen didn't show any mercy because Marcus's threat to become the enemy of the entire Ailu Empire angered him. That was why Andrew was killed. How could the proud and arrogant Marcus endure this? Wu Yen. The hatred in his heart didn't decrease but increased instead. Marcus' mind was filled with that contemptuous and sneering face. Moreover, it was becoming clearer and clearer. It was so clear that Marcus wanted to smash his head on the spot. Ah, Marcus bellowed, and his ice-attributed chi burst out in an explosive manner. Like a ripple, it swept through the entire tent. Anything that came into contact with the icy blue do chi wave would be frozen into ice within a breath's time. Then, with a crack sound, it would be crushed into powder. By the time the chi ripples on Marcus' body subsided, apart from an empty tent, the bed, table, chair, tools, and so on had all disappeared from the huge space. Marcus's teeth were still grinding but his mind had calmed down. He clenched his fists. Now that things have come to this, Andrew is dead. There's no way to bring him back. What he should do now is think about what to do next. This time, Andrew is dead. Luckily, he didn't expose himself. The inside story wasn't discovered. The disappearance wasn't solved bit by bit. The plan is still in progress. Wu Yan's attack was too sudden. Andrew didn't even have time to react. He didn't even get a chance to say a word before he died. Andrew was aggrieved, but it wasn't a bad thing for Marcus. The only downside is that Andrew is dead. I can only carry out the rest of the plan. If I rely on myself, the harvest will definitely decrease. When that happens, the master will not be happy. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time. Marcus hated Wu Yen for killing Andrew and causing him to fall to this extent. If he could, he would kill Wu Yen right here and now. Unfortunately, Marcus didn't have much confidence in facing Wu Yen. Andrew was also at the peak of the 8th rank like him. Even if he had Ice Do Chi and Andrew was weaker than him, he didn't dare to say that he could kill Andrew without any injuries. But Wu Yen did it. Then he can be sure that Wu Yan's strength is above his. To be able to kill a peak of the 8th rank without any injuries, could it be that Wu Yen has already reached the 9th rank? That's impossible. Marcus subconsciously avoided this guess. It's not that he knows Wu Yan's true strength. It's just that he doesn't want to admit that the person he hates has already climbed to the peak of the 9th rank. With this thought in mind, Marcus thought of 3 possibilities. First, before the tent exploded, the one who injured Andrew wasn't Wu Yen but the 2 other 9th rank powerhouses. But this possibility can be ruled out. Ignoring the fact that the 2 9th rank powerhouses didn't arrive until later, if it was someone else, then Andrew wouldn't be so afraid of Wu Yen. The only explanation is that he did it himself. Second, Wu must have teamed up with Shokuha Misaki to defeat Andrew. But that doesn't make sense either. If he teamed up with Shokuha Misaki, then even if Andrew was defeated, he wouldn't be afraid, even if his life was in danger. No matter what, he's still a peak of the 8th rank. The last possibility is that Wu Yen did it alone. Only if he did it alone and defeated Andrew without any injuries could he have caused Andrew to be in such a state. But that shouldn't be his true strength. It should be some treasure left behind for him. For example, some medicine that can temporarily increase his strength, or a high-grade armament. This possibility is high. After all, his nephew who participated in the Beast King incident with Wu Yen said that he has a medicine that can temporarily prevent injuries. With that medicine, defeating Andrew shouldn't be difficult. Furthermore, his nephew also said that Wu Yen has a gold armament. That was an armament that even he, and even his elder brother, the patriarch, did not have. Normally, gold armaments can only be obtained after reaching the 9th rank. For example, his father, the previous head of the Saito clan, had a gold armament. Other Type 9 powerhouses also have one. Other than Type 9 powerhouses, it's almost impossible for a Type 8 to have a gold armament. Come to think of it, in the Spalier World Academy, only Princess Sylph managed to obtain a gold armament during the auction. Others like Kaya and Jaffer, who were the pillars of the royal family, did not manage to obtain a gold armament even though they were also at the 8th rank. One can imagine how valuable a gold armament is. Wu Yen must be a Type 8 powerhouse. To be able to become the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, he must be stronger than Shokuha Misaki. Shokuha Misaki was a mid-Type 8 while Wu Yen should be a high-Type 8 powerhouse, or even a peak Type 8. A high-rank 8 warrior with a gold armament would be able to defeat a peak rank 8 warrior without a gold armament without a single injury. That would not be impossible. There are 3 possibilities but Marcus didn't consider them. Wu Yen has been using his true strength since the beginning. To defeat a peak Type 8 powerhouse without any injuries, Wu Yen doesn't need to reach the 9th rank. With endless martial arts and the true ancestor's bloodline, he could already challenge those of a higher rank when he was still at the peak of the 7th rank. Now that he has mana and an endless supply of spells, if he still can't defeat someone of the same rank, he'll be dead. Marcus took a deep breath and calmed his heart. Then he turned around and walked out of the tent. Chapter 8:33. Today's Behemoth Forest camp is much more orderly than usual. It's a little more oppressive than usual. Every guard couldn't help but recall what happened last night. When they passed by Shokuha Misaki's tent, they couldn't help but glance at the empty space in front of them. When they saw the black marks on the ground, they couldn't help but feel fear. A peak rank 8 warrior, a member of the Ladin family, one of the 3 great families of the empire, one of the leaders of the Behemoth Forest camp. Just last night, right in front of their eyes, he was killed while still alive. The culprit is still in the camp, he hasn't left. The other 2 leaders and the guards sent by the Ladin family didn't go after him. All of this was beyond the comprehension of these ordinary guards. They didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Why would they allow a murderer who killed the person in charge of the camp to continue staying in the camp? Why would no one bother him? But they had a feeling that a storm was coming. Coupled with the horrifying disappearance of the low-level garrison, although the camp was still operating normally, an oppressive atmosphere lingered around the entire camp, causing everyone's heart to feel heavy. If this continued, it was likely that after a certain period of time, the pressure would accumulate to the point where their nerves could not bear it. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for the guards to go crazy. Noticing the situation in the camp, Pelosi started contacting the Ailu Empire's royal family, leaving aside Marcus' actions for the time being. Regardless of the situation in the camp, the mysterious disappearance, or the death of Andrew from the Ladin family. If it was just 1 or 2 items, it would be fine, but if they were all added up, even Pelosi felt a little overwhelmed. If he didn't ask for permission, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Especially when it comes to Wu Yen. Andrew from the Ladin family was killed, This is a huge matter. Andrew was a peak rank 8 warrior and his position in the Ladin family was second only to the Patriarch. Other than the Patriarch and the rank 9 powerhouse behind the scenes, Andrew was the head of the Ladin family. Pelosi can imagine how angry the Ladin family would be if such a person was killed while he was in charge of the camp. If things go wrong, the relationship between the two sides would be irreparable. Pelosi obviously couldn't care less about this level of problem. After all, on the surface, Andrew was still managing the camp for the Ailu Empire, helping the imperial family. The one who killed him was the fiancé of the Ailu Empire's imperial family. Thus, Pelosi had no choice but to ask for the imperial family's permission. The Spalier world uses crystal balls to communicate, as long as the crystal ball's function is strong enough. No matter where they are, they would be able to communicate with people far away. Andrew's death may have only happened yesterday, but it was already known by almost everyone in Ailu Empire. Of course, the Ladin family was one of them. The entire Ladin family was furious. Not long after Pelosi reported the situation, the head of the Ladin family had already reported it to the Ailu Empire's royal family. They had no choice. They wanted to cause trouble for Wu Yan. They wanted nothing more than to kill Wu Yan. However, even though the Ladin family was powerful, if they really went all out against Wu Yan's group, then Wu Yan himself would be a problem. Dakaros and Flandrachon, these two rank 9 warriors were the first obstacle they had to overcome. The Ladin family, on the other hand, only had one rank 9 warrior. Not to mention, behind Wu Yan's group was a demigod warrior whose whereabouts were unknown, Yakumo Yukari. Go to their doorstep? The patriarch of the Ladin family must have eaten something wrong to do this. They had no choice but to go to their parents. However, Wu Yan's group didn't belong to any faction in the Spalier world. Therefore, the only thing the Ladin family could do was to go to the imperial family. After all, Wu Yan was the imperial family's son-in-law. Because of this, Kite was already having a headache. The stage 9 powerhouses of the Ladin family had already brought up the idea of killing one of their family's top combatants multiple times in the council meeting. They would definitely not let this matter rest. Andrew's death happened while he was guarding the giant beast forest camp. Strictly speaking, he was working for the Ailu Empire. His death wasn't just a matter of the Ladin family, it was a matter of the entire empire. Even the Ailu Empire's royal family and the other two families couldn't stay out of it. Therefore, the Ladin family's rank 9 warrior took the opportunity to propose a collective punishment for Wu Yan. But who would be stupid enough to go along with him? If anything went wrong, Yakumo Yukari would come for revenge. Moreover, the Ailu imperial family and the Lori family were on good terms with Wu Yan. They wouldn't agree to punish Wu Yan. Similarly, other than the Ladin family, the Saito family was also on bad terms with Wu Yan. After all, Yukari severely injured a rank 9 warrior of the Saito family in front of the council. The Saito family's Bing Ling also ran into a wall with Wu Yan many times. Bing Mian almost died because of Wu Yan. Although it was his own doing, he reaped what he sowed. Therefore, there were 2 votes against and 2 votes for the punishment. This matter escalated to the point where the 12 rank 9 warriors of the academy were dragged out. Of course, there was no conclusion in the end. Yakumo Yukari was an obstacle that no one could ignore. The Ladin family could only return to their home base with a heart full of grievances. However, since the matter had escalated to this stage, many people couldn't stay out of it. The Ladin family wouldn't let this matter rest either. The Ladin family couldn't afford to offend a demigod warrior. They wouldn't dare to cause too much trouble, but they wouldn't mind giving out a little bit of trouble. In the central area of the giant beast's forest, outside Pelosi's and Marcus' tent, the guards sent by the Ladin family were already standing there. Chase them out! Chase them out! Chase them out! Chase them out! The members of the Ladin family were all gathered in the campsite, and they raised their armors while shouting at the 2 people in charge who were standing at the entrance of the tent. The surroundings were filled with people who had come to watch the show, and many of them could roughly guess what was going on. Pelosi and Marcus glanced at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. Pelosi had a troubled look in his eyes, while Marcus was completely gloating. "Be quiet." Pelosi frowned and shouted coldly, "What do you think this place is? Is it downtown?" Pelosi's scolding had some effect. The crowd gradually quietened down, but they didn't leave. It was obvious that they weren't going to let this matter rest. Not long after, one of the leaders walked out. "Sir Pelosi. Sir Marcus." He bowed to the two people in charge of the camp, but his tone wasn't polite at all. "We know that our actions have caused trouble for you, my lords, but please understand that we really cannot stay in the same place with a group of criminals who do not obey the camp's management, act alone, and do things without any scruples. Therefore, please drive these outsiders out of the camp, my lords. Otherwise, we really can't be at ease." "Yes, yes." As soon as the leader finished speaking, someone immediately responded, "Who knows when they'll attack us if they're unhappy? We're not their opponents." Not only the people from the Ladin family, but even the people who were watching the commotion exchanged glances with each other and began to ponder. Some of them also responded, and it seemed that they had the same concerns as Linley. As time went by, more and more people responded. At this point, there were so many voices that they couldn't be separated. If this continued, everyone in the camp would participate in this matter. Things were getting serious. Chapter 8:34. That's right. Who would dare to live in the same camp as a person who didn't care about anything and killed at will? Wu Yen did mention that Andrew ambushed Shokuho Misaki last night. However, Wu Yen didn't have any evidence to back up his claim. He didn't go through a thorough investigation before killing Andrew. His actions made many people uneasy. They are afraid. They are afraid that one day, they will accidentally walk into Wu Yan's gun and lose their lives. The Behemoth Forest camp isn't like the outside world. The people here are here to protect the Behemoth Forest and the Ailu Empire. Outside, murders happen every day. The Spalier world is a place where the strong are respected. But in this camp, there hasn't been a single murder since the camp was built. Because everyone here was a living force that could fight against the magical beasts. Just like in ancient times, killing someone is as easy as nodding. But in the same army, who would dare to kill each other without breaking any rules? They are all comrades. In addition, the guards stationed in the camp were all people sent by some forces. Killing one of them was very likely to implicate the whole family behind him. At that time, it was very likely that it would evolve into a fight between families. That would be a really big deal. The guards in the camp all knew that fighting and competing for benefits was a common thing here. However, if someone died, it wouldn't be so easy to solve the problem. Therefore, no matter how serious the conflict is, they will try their best to avoid killing each other. However, Wu Yen and his group didn't have such scruples. Even a peak rank 8. If he dared to kill the Ladin family, who wouldn't he dare to kill in the camp? Ladin family took advantage of the crowd's thoughts and organized this operation. They wanted to unite the guards in the camp to pressure the higher-ups. Pressure Wu Yen. They don't believe that Wu Yen would just kill everyone in the camp. It's hard to argue with the masses. Small fries have their uses. When everyone in the camp started to reject Wu Yen and co., it means that they want to stay in the camp for as long as possible. That was also impossible. Knowing this, Pelosi felt troubled and Marcus gloated over their misfortune. If Wu Yen and co. were to be kicked out of the camp, he would be the happiest person to be the one who would feel the most joy. However, they had forgotten about it. There's no need for Wu Yen and his group to stay in the camp. If it weren't for the Misaka sisters, Wu Yen would have left with the group of girls. Who wants to stay? The Misaka sisters hunted for resources in the giant beasts forest every day. Killing demonic beasts gave Wu Yen quite a bit of EXP. However, those EXP and EXP are nothing compared to the treasures inside the Ring of Gold. Every member of the party is tier 8 and above. It's just a bland meal for them. It would be a pity to abandon them. Besides, if Wu Yen really wanted the resources and experience from killing magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest, he didn't have to stay here. There was more than one entrance to the Behemoth Forest. He believed that the camps of the Baruba and Fea empires would be there. They should be happy to accept his group's arrival. It could only be said that the Ladine family's wishful thinking had worked. But in the end, a small problem was still a small problem. Of course, it was a big problem for Pelosi and Marcus. Hearing the responses around them, how could the two of them not understand the nature of the Ledin family's operation this time? The two of them could only curse in their hearts. If you want to chase them away, go ahead and do it yourselves. Do you think we have the ability to chase away that hot potato? In the end, they were just implicated. Pelosi and Marcus were in a difficult position. On one hand, they had to control the commotion this time. But in order to control the commotion, they had to chase Wu Yan and his group away. On the other hand, Wu Yan and his group were not that easy to chase away. If they were easy to chase away, Marcus would have gone to them a long time ago. Riding a tiger, it's hard to get off, it's really hard to get off of. Just as the two of them were at their wits' end, the commotion around them grew bigger and bigger, and even some of the onlookers joined in the protest. All of a sudden, a team in heavy armor barged into the crowd and suppressed all the noise. They even formed a circle and surrounded the entire Ladine family's garrison in the middle. The garrisons of the Ledin family were all shocked. They were surrounded by this team and couldn't react in time. Pelosi and Marcus, on the other hand, were startled when they saw the situation. Pelosi looked at the team in surprise and said with uncertainty, "Imperial Guards? Why are they here?" Marcus furrowed his brows. Aren't the Imperial Guards in charge of searching for the Beast King? Aren't they not restricted by the camp? Yes, the guards sent by the Ailu Empire's royal family were tasked with searching for the Beast King. Even though they were stationed in the camp, they weren't under Pelosi's command. Instead, they were directly under the Ailu Empire's emperor. Normally, due to the task of searching for the Beast King, it's hard for anyone to meet the Ailu Empire's Imperial Guards. But now, they're all gathered here. The sudden change caused the surrounding crowd to fall silent. They looked at each other as they watched the change in the middle of the field. Just like the people from the Ladine family, they did not react for a long time. At this moment, a figure flew over from the other side of the sky and landed on the top of a tent in an instant. Seeing that figure, Pelosi and Marcus were stunned, and then their faces abruptly changed. "Old Patriarch," Pelosi shouted in surprise. "Thunder King." Marcus had a bewildered look on his face. The newcomer is the Lei Wang. The Thunder King's elderly face contained a trace of dignity. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing at a high spot. The corners of his eyes, which were filled with wrinkles, opened slightly. His eyes swept across everyone present like lightning. All the guards who met the Thunder King's gaze lowered their heads in pain, their hearts filled with shock. The aura of a Tier 9 warrior. So powerful. Gathering to cause trouble? It was a soft sentence, but it was like a sharp sound that pierced through one's eardrums, causing everyone's ears to hurt. The Thunder Sovereign's face was cold as he said, "Who gave you this right?" Silence, a deathly silence. Do you know how many cities in Ailu Empire are waiting for you to provide them with resources? Do you know how much damage the camp will suffer? Do you know how much damage your families will suffer? Do you know how much damage your families will suffer? Everyone present was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, they lowered their heads in shame and did not say anything else. Even the guards from the Ladine family gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. The loud and colorful demonstration just now was completely suppressed by the Thunder King with just a few words. Seeing everyone lowering their heads, the Lei Wang's expression softened. In a flash, he landed on the ground. "All of you go back. Do what you need to do. Someone else will take care of the rest." Upon hearing that, the crowd immediately dispersed and returned to their posts and jobs. The people from the Ladine family also ran away with their tails between their legs. They couldn't ignore the words of a Tier 9 warrior. At the sight of this, Pelosi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Together with Marcus, whose head was lowered and whose expression could not be seen, he walked up to the Thunder Monarch. He opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say something, the Thunder Monarch extended his hand and interrupted him. Where is that little guy? Pelosi and Marcus tilted their heads in confusion. By the time they realized who the little fellow the Thunder King was talking about was, Pelosi hastily spoke. Old Patriarch, Wu Yen should be at the border of the camp. The Lei Wang nodded and waved his hand. You two can go back as well. Hearing the Lei Wang's words, the two of them bowed. Yes. Chapter 8:35. While the camp is in an uproar, Wu Yen is enjoying a cup of black tea in his own tent. He looked like he's taking a warm bath. The girls around him felt very comfortable looking at him. However, although they felt comfortable inside, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. Instead, they looked a bit annoyed by this scene. Come, little Yen. Shoko Misaki sat beside Wu Yen with a sweet smile on her face. She took a small piece of food from her plate and delivered it to Wu Yan's mouth like a little girl in love. Ah. Wu Yen took a bite and chewed with a satisfied expression on his face. With Shokuho Misaki serving him, he's enjoying himself more than a member of the royal family. This scene has been going on since Wu Yen woke up this morning. Just like that, the two of them sat in the huge tent, doing something that only the most intimate of couples would do while releasing flashbangs as if there was no one else around. The other girls originally planned to keep their eyes down and, obediently, eat their breakfast. However, even if they could control their eyes, they couldn't control their ears. Finally, after the N+1 feeding session, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. Hey you guys! Mikoto closed her eyes and her eyebrows twitched. Don't you know that this will affect others? Yeah. Toka, who had been holding back for a long time, pouted her lips and glared at Shokuho Misaki. The breakfast was supposed to be delicious, but now it's tasteless because of you. Shokuho Misaki blinked her eyes and a bright smile appeared on her face. Well, I can't help it. After all, Xiao Yan's actions last night were very touching. In order to express his gratitude, shouldn't he do this? There are many ways to thank someone. Mikoto grumbled. Why do you have to do it this way? Isn't this normal? Shokuho Misaki pointed at her lips with a finger. Isn't this how couples do things? When the word couple entered the girls' ears, they couldn't help but waver. They looked at the food in front of them and thought about taking Shokuho Misaki's place. Their faces turned red. That's true. Mikoto hesitated for a moment, but she still said it in exasperation. But it's still very, very unpleasant. Can't you do it in a different way? Is that so? Shokuho Misaki tilted her head. She seemed to have thought of something and her face blushed a little. She acted like a little girl and stole a glance at Wu Yen. Then, little Yen, I'll give you your reward tonight. Pfft. Wu Yen lost his cool and spat out everything in his mouth. The veins on the surrounding girls' foreheads popped out. In addition to Kurumi, who had a seductive smile on her face, Toka, who didn't know what was going on, and Flandre-chan and Yoshino, who were still in a daze, the other girls' pretty faces were all red. You woman! Sparks flashed across Mikoto's forehead as she tried to suppress her anger. You must have done it on purpose. Era, there's nothing bad about it. Kurumi covered her mouth and chuckled. The corner of her mouth raised into an incomparably evil arc. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were misty. I don't even have the chance to do it. When will Aotsusama make a scene for me? Hey. Kotori squinted her eyes and looked at Kurumi speechlessly. I knew it, you're the most dangerous one. Anyway. Mikoto stood up and yelled at Shokuho Misaki. Stop what you're doing. All right. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips and placed the thing in her hand on the table. Mikoto wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Even Chuju, Kotori, Toka and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Shokuho Misaki's flashbangs put a lot of pressure on them. Unfortunately, right after they breathed a sigh of relief, Shokuho Misaki's next sentence made them realize that they were too sweet. Little Yen, I'll make it up to you tonight. Hinajiku and Kotori raised their hands and covered their foreheads. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. Mikoto's body was crackling with electricity. Her body was trembling. Obviously, she couldn't take it anymore. Just as Mikoto was about to give Shokuhu Misaki a bento, an old voice with a bitter smile came from the tent. The campsite is about to be turned upside down because of you two, and here you are flirting with each other. I really don't know what to say about you two. The noisy crowd was startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, which was the entrance of the tent. There, the Thunder King was looking at them with a helpless expression. He looked like he wanted to say something but was unable to express it, looking extremely conflicted. Grandpa Lei Wang. Wu Yan stood up in shock. Why are you here? Why am I here? I'm here to watch a good show. Lei Wang grumbled at Wu Yan. You caused such a big ruckus that His Majesty almost lost his throne. If I didn't show up, who knows what kind of ruckus you guys would have caused in this camp. Wu Yan scratched his face awkwardly and mumbled. Is it that serious? What? What do you think? Lei Wang rolled his eyes. The person in charge of the campsite, the second in command of the Ladin clan, one of the 3 major clans. He was a pinnacle tier 8 and you killed him just like that. Tell me, is it serious? Yes. It does sound serious. Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Lei Wang. But if I had to choose again, I would still kill him. That's right. Let's not talk about one more time, even if it happens 1,000 times, 10,000 times, Wu Yan wouldn't show any mercy. It wasn't just because the girls were his reverse scale. It was also to tell the world that anyone who dares to touch the people around him must be prepared to die. The girls behind Wu Yan felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but smile sweetly. Lei Wang paused and laughed bitterly. You. Lei Wang sighed and his expression turned serious. He asked Wu Yan in a serious tone. Little guy, I have a question for you. Did you kill Andrew because he wanted to hurt your little girlfriend? Master. Grandpa Lei Wang. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. We haven't known each other for long, but do you think I'm the kind of person who would kill the innocent? Yes. If I thought you were like that, I wouldn't have come here. The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly without hesitation. I'm just making sure. Don't worry, as long as you're telling the truth, I can guarantee with my life that no one will dare do anything to you. Wu Yan and the girls looked at each other and smiled. Grandpa Lei Wang, don't worry. Wu Yan grinned, his wine-colored eyes flashed with a strange glint. If you want to touch me, you should at least consider your own strength. Oh! Lei Wang looked at Wu Yan in shock before he guffawed. Almost forgot. You little brat, you can even casually kill a peak rank 8 powerhouse. Wu Yan chuckled before his expression changed. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lei Wang. Grandpa Lei Wang, I have something to tell you. Lei Wang retracted his smile when he saw Wu Yan's serious expression. Looking at you, it seems like it's something important? Not really, just a suspicion. Wu Yan whispered something into Lei Wang's ear. Lei Wang listened quietly and his expression changed after a while. Shock, anger, suspicion, all sorts of emotions flashed across Lei Wang's face. In the end, he nodded at Wu Yan and did not say anything else. The girls didn't say anything. They seemed to know what was going on. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.